Section 7 of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7. Chapter 14. A Middleman Magistrate of the Old School and his Clerk. Dick of the Grange, whose name was Henderson, at least such is the name we choose to give him, held his office, as many Irish magistrates have done before him, in his own parlour. That is to say, he sat in an armchair at one of the windows, which was thrown open for him, while those who came to seek justice, or, as they termed it, law, at his hands, were compelled to stand uncovered on the outside, no matter whether the weather was stormy or otherwise. We are not now about to pronounce any opinion upon the constitutional spirit of Dick's decisions, inasmuch as 19 out of every 20 of them were come to by the only magistrate's guide he ever was acquainted with, to wit, the redoubtable Jemmy Branigan. Jemmy was his clerk, and although he could neither read nor write, yet in cases where his judgments did not give satisfaction, he was both able and willing to set his mark upon the discontented parties, in a fashion that did not allow his blessed signature to be easily forgotten. Jemmy, however, as the reader knows, was absent on the morning we are writing about, having actually fulfilled his threat of leaving his master's service, a threat, by the way, which was held out and acted upon at least once every year since he and the magistrate had stood to each other in the capacity of master and servant. Not that we are precisely correct in the statement we had made on this matter, for sometimes his removal was the result of dismissal on the part of his master, and sometimes the following up of the notice which he himself had given him to leave his service. Be this as it may, his temporary absences always involved a trial of strength between the parties, as to which of them should hold out and put a constraint upon his inclinations the longest. For since the truth must be told of Jemmy, we are bound to say that he could as badly bear to live removed from the society of his master as the latter could live without him. For many years of his life he had been threatening to go to America, or to live with a brother that he had in the Isle of Wight, as he called it, and on several occasions he had taken formal leave of the whole family, always in the presence of his master, however, on his departure for either the one place or the other, while his real abode was a snug old garret, where he was attended and kept in food by the family and his fellow servants, who were highly amused at the outrageous distress of his master, occasioned sometimes by Jemmy's obstinate determination to travel, and sometimes by his extreme brotherly affection. Donnel, having left his son cracking a long whip which he held in his hand, and looking occasionally at the tress of Mave Sullivan's beautiful hair, approached the hall door, at which he knocked, and on the appearance of a servant, requested to see Mr. Henderson. The man waved his hand towards the space under the window, meaning that he should take his stand there, and added, "If it's law you want, I'm afeard you'll get more abuse than justice for him now, since Jemmy's gone." The knowing grin and the expression of comic sorrow which accompanied the last words were not lost upon the prophet, who, in common with every one in the neighbourhood for a circumference of many miles, was perfectly well aware of the life which master and man both led. "Is that it?" said the prophet. "However, it can't be helped. Clerk or no clerk, I want to see him on serious business, tell him. But I'll wait, of course, till he's at leisure." "Tom," said Henderson from within, "who's there? Is that him? If it is, tell him, confound him, to come in, and I'll forgive him. If he'll promise to keep a civil tongue in his head, I'll forget all, say. Come in, you old scoundrel. I'm not angry with you. I want to speak to you, at all events." "It's not him, sir, it's only Donnel M'Gowan, the Black Prophet, that wants some law business." "Send him to the devil for law business. What brings him here now?" Tell him he shall have neither law nor justice from me. Did you send to his brother-in-law? Maybe he's there. Sorra one of his seed, breed or generation, but we sent too. However, it's no use. Off to America he's gone, or to the Isle of Wight at any rate. May the devil sink America and the Isle of Wight both in the ocean, and you too, you scoundrel, and all of you. Only for the cursed crew that is about me, I'd have him here still, and he the only man that understood my wants and my wishes, and that could keep me comfortable and easy." "Troth, then, he hadn't an overly civil tongue in his head, sir," replied the man, "for when you and he, your honor, were together, there was little harmony to spare between you." "That was my own fault, you cur. No servant but himself would have had a day's patience with me. He never abused me but when I deserved it, did he?" "No, your honor, I know he didn't, in truth." "You lie, you villain, you know no such thing. Here I am with my sore leg, and no one to dress it for me. Who's to help me upstairs or downstairs? Who's to be about me, or who cares for me now that he's gone? Nobody, not a soul." "Does it Master Richard, sir?" "No, sir, Master Richard gives himself little trouble about me. He has other plots and plans on his hands, other fish to fry, over irons in the fire. Master Richard, sirrah, doesn't care a curse if I was under the sod to morrow, but would be glad of it. Neither does any one about me, but he did. And you infernal crew, you have driven him away from me." "We, your honor?" "Yes, all of you. You put me first out of temper by your neglect and your extravagance. Then I vented it on him because he was the only one among you I took any pleasure in abusin', speakin' to. However, my mind's made up. I'll call an auction, sell everything, and live in Dublin as well as I can. What does that black hound want?" "Some law business, sir, but I dunno what it is." "Is the scoundrel honest or a rogue?" "Troth, it's more than I'm able to tell, your honor, sir. I don't know much about him. Some speaks well, and some speaks ill of him, just like his neighbours." "Ahem! Ay, and that's all you can say of him? But if he was here, I could soon ascertain what stuff he's made of, and what kind of a hearing he ought to get. However, it doesn't matter now. I'll auction everything. In this grange I won't live. And to be sure, but I was a precious old scoundrel to quarrel with the best servant a man ever had." Just at this moment, who should come round from a back passage, carrying a small bundle in his hand, but the object of all his solicitude. He approached quietly on tiptoe, with a look in which might be read a most startling and ludicrous expression of anxiety and repentance. "How is he?" said he. "How is his poor leg? Oh, thin blessed saints, but I was the double distilled villain of the earth to leave him as I did to the crew that was about him. The best master that ever an old vagabond like me was ungrateful to. How is he, Tom?" "Why," replied the other, "if you take my advice, you'll keep from him at all events. He's cursin' and abusin' you ever since you went, and won't allow one of us even to name you. Troth, and it only shows his sense, for I deserved nothin' else at his hands. However, if what you say is true, I'm afeard he's not long for this world, and that his talkin' sense at last is only the lightning before death, poor gentleman. I can stay no longer from him, anyhow. Let him be as he may, and God pardon me for my ingratitude in desertin' him like a villain as I did." He then walked into the parlour, and as the prophet was beckoned as far as the hall, he had an opportunity of witnessing the interview which took place between this extraordinary pair. Jemmy, before entering, threw aside his bundle and his hat, stripped off his coat, and in a moment presented himself in the usual striped cotton jacket with sleeves, which he always wore. Old Dick was in the act of letting fly an oath at something, when Jemmy, walking in just as if nothing had happened, exclaimed, "Why then, mother of Moses, is it at the old work I find you? Troth, it's past counsel, past grace with you. I'm afraid you're too old to mend. In the meantime, don't stare as if you seen a ghost. Only tell us how is that unfortunate leg of yours?" "Why, ay, you're back, are you? And what the devil brought you here again, eh? Come now, keep yourself quiet, you unpenitent old sinner, or it'll be worse for you. How was your leg?" "Oh, it's provokin' old rascal, eh? So you are back? Don't you see I am? Who would stick to you like myself, after all? Troth, I missed your dirty tongue, bad as it is. Devil a thing but rank pace and quietness I was ever in since I seen you last. And devil a scoundrel has had the honesty to give me a single word of abuse to my face since you left me. And how often did I tell you that you couldn't depend upon the crew that's around you? Truth's not in them, and that you ought to know. However, so far as I'm concerned, don't fret. God knows I forgive you all your folly and feastalaga, which means nonsense, in hopes always that you'll mend your life in many respects. You had meself before you as an example, though I say it, that oughtn't to say it, but you know you didn't take pattern by me as you ought. Shake hands, Jemmy. I'm glad to see you again. You were put to expense since you went." "No, none. No, I tell you. But I say you were. There, keep yourself quiet. No, I wasn't, and if I was, too, what is it to you? Here, put that note in your pocket. Sorra bit, now," replied Jemmy, "to plase you," gripping it tightly at the same time as he spoke. "Do you want to vex me again? Put it in your pocket, sirrah, unless you want me to break your head." "Oh, he would," said Jemmy, looking with a knowing face of terror towards Tom Booth and the Prophet. "It's the weight of his cane I'd get, sure enough. But it's an old sayin', and a true one, that when the generosity's in, it must come out. There now, I've put it in my pocket for you, and I hope you're satisfied. Devil is such a tyrant in Europe," said he loudly, "when he wishes. And yet, after all," he added in a low, confidential voice, just loud enough for his master to hear, "where would one get the like of him? Tom Booth, desire him to fetch warm water to the study till I press his poor leg and make him fit for business." "Here is Donnel Dhu," replied Booth, "waitin' for law business." "Go to the windy, Donnel," said Jemmy, with an authoritative air. "Go to your ground, but before you do, let me know what you want." "I'll do no such thing," replied the Prophet, "unless to say that it's a matter of life and death." "Go out," repeated Jemmy, with a brief and determined authority, "and wait till it's his honour's convenience, his full convenience, to see you. As dark a rogue, sir," he continued, having shoved the Prophet outside and slapped the door in his face, "and as great a schemer as ever put a coat on his back. He's as big a liar, too, when he likes, as ever broke bread. But there's far more danger in him when he tells the truth, for then you may be sure he has some devil's design in view." Dick o' the Grange, though vulgar and eccentric, was by no means deficient in shrewdness and common sense. Neither was he deliberately an unjust man, but, like too many in the world, he generally suffered his prejudices and his interests to take the same side. Having had his leg dressed, and been prepared by Jemmy for the business of the day, he took his place as usual in the chair of justice, had the window thrown open, and desired the Prophet to state the nature of his business. The latter told him that the communication must be a private one, as it involved a matter of deep importance, being no less than an affair of life and death. This startled the magistrate, who, with a kind of awkward embarrassment, ordered, or rather requested, Jemmy to withdraw, intimating that he would be sent for if his advice or opinion should be deemed necessary. "No matter," replied Jemmy, "the loss will be your own, for sure I know the nice hand you make of law when you're left to yourself. Only before I go, mark my words, there you stand, Donnel Dhu, and I'm tellin' him to be on his guard against you." don't put trust, please your honor, in either his word or his oath. And if he's bringin' a charge against any one, give it in favour of his enemy, whoever he is. I heard that he was wanst tried for robbery, and I only wonder it wasn't for murder too. For in truth and soul, if ever a man has both one and the other in his face, he has. It's known to me that he's seen now and then colloguin' and skulkin' behind the hedges about dusk wid Red Rody Duncan, that was in twist for robbery. Troth, it's birds of a feather wid them, and I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see them both swing from the same rope yet. So there's my character of you, you villain," he added, addressing M'Gowan, at whom he felt deeply indignant, in consequence of his not admitting him to the secret of the communication he was about to make. Henderson, when left alone with the Prophet, heard the disclosures which the latter made to him, with less surprise than interest. He himself remembered the circumstances perfectly well, and knew that on the occasion of Condy Dalton's former arrest, appearances had been very strong against him. It was then expected that he would have disclosed the particular spot in which the body had been concealed; but as he strenuously persisted in denying any knowledge of it, and as the body consequently could not be produced, they were obliged of necessity to discharge him, but still under strong suspicions of his guilt. The interview between Henderson and M'Gowan was a long one, and the disclosures made were considered of too much importance for the former to act without the co-operation and assistance of another magistrate. He accordingly desired the Prophet to come to him on the following day but one, when he said he would secure the presence of a Major Johnson, who was also in the commission, and by whose warrant old Condy Dalton had been originally arrested on suspicion of the murder. It was recommended that everything that had transpired between them should be kept strictly secret, lest the murderer, if made acquainted with the charge which was about to be brought home to him, should succeed in escaping from justice. Young Dick, who had been sent for by his father, recommended this, and on those terms they separated. Chapter 15. A Plot and a Prophecy. Our readers cannot forget a short dialogue which took place between Charley Hanlon and the strange female, who has already borne some part in the incidents of our story. It occurred on the morning she had been sent to convey the handkerchief which Hanlon had promised to Sarah M'Gowan in lieu of the tobacco box, of which we have so frequently made mention, and which, on that occasion, she expected to have received from Sarah. After having inquired from Hanlon why Donnel Dhu was called the Black Prophet, she asked, "But could he have anything to do with the murder?" To which Hanlon replied that he had been thinking about that, and had some talk this morning with a man that's livin' a long time, indeed, that was born a little above the place, and he says that the Black Prophet, or M'Gowan, did not come to the neighbourhood until after the murder. Now this person was no other than Red Rody Duncan, to whom our friend Jemmy Branigan made such opprobrious allusion in the character of the Black Prophet to Dick o' the Grange. This man, who was generally known by the sobriquet of Red Body, had been for some time looking after the situation of bailiff or driver to Dick o' the Grange, and as Hanlon was supposed to possess a good deal of influence with young Dick, Duncan very properly thought he could not do better than cultivate his acquaintance. This was the circumstance which brought them together at first, and it was something of a dry, mysterious manner which Hanlon observed in this fellow, when talking about the Prophet and his daughter, that caused him to keep up the intimacy between them. When Donnel Dhu had closed his lengthened conference with Henderson, he turned his steps homewards, and had got half way through the lawn, when he was met by Red Rody. He had, only a minute or two before, left young Dick, with whom he held another short conversation. And as he met Rody, Dick was still standing within about 100 yards of them, cracking his whip with that easy indolence and utter disregard of everything but his pleasures, which chiefly constituted his character. "Don't stand to speak to me here," said the Prophet. "That young scoundrel will see us. Have you tried Hanlon yet? And will he do? Yes or no?" "I haven't tried him, but I'm now on my way to do so. Caution." "Certainly. I'm no fool, I think. If we can secure him, the business may be managed easily. That is, provided the two affairs can come off on the same night. Caution, I say again." "Certainly. I'm no fool, I hope. Pass on." The Prophet and he passed each other very slowly during this brief dialogue, the former, when it was finished, pointing naturally towards the Grange or young Dick, as if he had been merely answering a few questions respecting some person about the place that the other was going to see. Having passed the Prophet, he turned to the left by a back path that led to the garden, where, in fact, Hanlon was generally to be found, and where, upon this occasion, he found him. After a good deal of desultory chat, Rody at last inquired if Hanlon thought there existed any chance of his procuring the post of bailiff. "I don't think there is, then, to tell you the truth," replied Hanlon. "Old Jemmy is against you bitterly, and Master Richard's interest in this business isn't as strong as his." "The blackguard old villain!" exclaimed Rody. "It will be a good job to give him a dog's knock some night or other." "I don't see that either," replied Hanlon. "Old Jemmy does a power of good in his way, and indeed many an act of kindness the master himself gets credit for that ought to go to Jemmy's account. But you can give me a lift in the drivership, Charley, if you like." "I'm afeard not, so long as Jemmy's against you." "Ah, but couldn't you try and twist that old scoundrel himself in my favour?" "Well," replied the other, "there is something in that, and whatever I can do with him I will, if you will try and do me a favour." "Me? Name it, man, name it, and it's done, if it was only to rob the Grange. Ha, ha! And by the way, I dunno what puts robbin' the Grange into my head." And as he spoke, his eye was bent with an expression of peculiar significance on Hanlon. "No," replied Hanlon with indifference, "it's not to rob the Grange. I believe you know something about the man they call the Black Prophet?" "Donnel Dhu? Why, ahem, a little, not much. Nobody, indeed, knows or cares much about him. However, like most people, he has his friends and his enemies. Don't you remember a murder that was committed here about 22 years ago?" "I do." "Was that before or after the Black Prophet came to live in this country?" "After it. No, no," he replied, correcting himself, "I'm wrong. It was before he came here." "Then he could have had no hand in it? Him? Is it him? Why, what puts such a thing as that into your head?" "Faith, to tell you the truth, Rody, his daughter Sarah and myself is beginning to look at one another; and to tell you the truth again, I'd wish to know more about the same Prophet before I become his son-in-law, as I have some notion of doin'." "I heard indeed that you were pullin' a string wid her, and now that I think of it, if you give me a lift wid old Jemmy, I'll give you one there. The bailiff's berth is just the thing for me, not havin' any family of my own. You see, I could have no objection to live in the Grange, as their bailiff always did. But aren't you afeard to tackle yourself to that divil's clip, Sarah?" "Well, I don't know," replied the other. "I grant it's a hazard by all accounts." "And yet," continued Rody, "she's a favorite with every one, and indeed there's not a more generous or kinder hearted creature alive this day than she is. I advise you, however, not to let her into your secrets, for if it was the knockin' of a man on the head, and that she knew it, and was asked about it, out it would go, rather than she'd tell a lie." "They say she's handsomer than Gra Gal Sullivan," said Hanlon, "and I think myself she is." I don't know. It's a dead tie between them. However, I can give you a lift with your father, but not with herself, for somehow she doesn't like a bone in my skin." "She and I made a swap," proceeded Hanlon, "some time ago that'd take a laugh out of you. I gave her a pocket handkerchiefy, and she was to give me an old tobaccy box, but she says she can't find it, although I have sent for it and asked it myself several times. She thinks the stepmother has thrown it away or hid it somewhere." Body looked at him inquiringly. "A tobaccy box!" he exclaimed. "Would you like to get it?" "Why," replied Hanlon, "the poor girl has nothing else to give, and I'd like to have something from her, even if a ring never was to go on us, merely as a keepsake." "Well, then," replied Duncan, with something approaching to solemnity in his voice, "mark my words, you promise to give me a lift for the drivership with old Jemmy and the two Dicks?" "I do." "Well, then, listen. If you will be at the Grey Stone to morrow night at 12 o'clock, midnight, I'll engage that Sarah will give you the box there." "Why, in troth, Eody, to tell you the truth, if she could give it to me at any other time and place, I'd prefer it. That Grey Stone is a wild place to be in at midnight." "It is a wild place. Still it's there and nowhere else that you must get the box. And now that the bargain's made, do you think it's true that this old Henderson," here he looked very cautiously about him, "has as much money as they say he has? I believe he's very rich. It is true that he airs the banknotes in the garden here, and turns the guineas in the sun, for fraid they'd get blue mould. Is it?" "It may, for all I know, but it's more than I've seen yet." "And now between you and me, Charley, whisper, I say, isn't it 1,000 pities nobody could hear us, surely?" "Nonsense, who could hear us?" "Well, isn't it 1,000 pities, Charley avia, that decent fellows like you and me should be as we are, and that mad old villain havin' his house full of money? Eh, now?" "It's a hard case," replied Hanlon, "but still we must put up with our lot. His father, I'm told, was as poor in the beginnin' as either of us." "Ay, but it's the son we're spakin' about, the old tyrannical villain that drives and harries the poor. He has loads of money in the house, they say. Eh?" "Divil a know myself knows, Rody, nor, not makin' you an ill answer, divil a hair myself cares, Rody. Let him have much or let him have little, that's your share and mine of it. Charley, they say, America's a fine place. Talkin' about money, wid a little money there, they say a man could do wonders." "Who says that?" "Why, Donnel Dhu, for one, and he knows, for he was there." "I believe that Donnel was many a place, over half the world, if all's true." "Och, the same Donnel's a quare fellow, a deep chap, a cute fellow, but I know more about him than you think." "Ay, do I? Why, what do you know?" "No matter, a thing or two about the same Donnel, and by the same token a better fellow never lived. And whisper, you're a strong favourite wid him, that I know, for we were talkin' about you. In the meantime, I wish to goodness we had a good scod of cash among us, and we safe and snug in America. Now shake hands and good bye, and mark me, if you dream of America and a long purse any of these nights, come to me and I'll riddle your dream for you." He then looked Hanlon significantly in the face, wrung his hand, and left him to meditate on the purport of their conversation. The latter, as he went out, gazed at him with a good deal of surprise. "So," thought he, "you were feelin' my pulse, were you? I don't think it's hard to guess whereabouts you are. However, I'll think of your advice at any rate, and see what good may be in it. But in the name of all that's wonderful, how does it come to pass that that red ruffian has such authority over Sarah M'Gowan as to make her fetch me the very thing I want, that tobacco box, and at such a place too, and such an hour! And yet he says that she doesn't like a bone in his skin, which I believe. I'm fairly in the dark here. However, time will make it all clear, I hope, and for that we must wait." He then resumed his employment. Donnel Dhu, who was a man of much energy and activity whenever his purposes required it, instead of turning his steps homewards, directed them to the house of our kind friend Jerry Sullivan, with whose daughter, the innocent and unsuspecting Mave, it was his intention to have another private interview. During the interval that had elapsed since his last journey to the house of this virtuous and hospitable family, the gloom that darkened the face of the country had become awful, and such as woefully bore out to the letter the melancholy truth of his own predictions. Typhus fever had now set in, and was filling the land with fearful and unexampled desolation. Famine in all cases, the source and origin of contagion, had done and was still doing its work. The early potato crop, for so far as it had come in, was a pitiable failure, the quantity being small and the quality watery and bad. The oats, too, and all early grain of that season's growth, was still more deleterious as food, for it had all fermented and become sour, so that the use of it, and of the bad potatoes too, was the most certain means of propagating the pestilence which was sweeping away the people in such multitudes. Scarcely anything presented itself to him as he went along that had not some melancholy association with death or its emblems. To all this, however, he paid little or no attention. When a funeral met him, he merely turned back 3 steps in the direction it went, as was usual; but unless he happened to know the family from which death had selected its victim, he never even took the trouble of inquiring who it was they bore to the grave, a circumstance which strongly proved the utter and heartless selfishness of the man's nature. On arriving at Sullivan's, however, he could not help feeling startled, hard, and without sympathy as was his heart, at the wild and emaciated evidences of misery and want which a couple of weeks' severe suffering had impressed upon them. The gentle Mave herself, patient and uncomplaining as she was, had become thin and cheerless. Yet of such a character was the sadness that rested upon her, that it only added a mournful and melancholy charm to her beauty, a charm that touched the heart of the beholder at once with love and compassion. As yet there had been no sickness among them, but who could say to day that he or she might not be stricken down at once before to morrow? "Donnel," said Sullivan, after he had taken a seat, "how you came to prophesy what would happen and what has happened is to me a wonder; but sure enough, farir ger, which means bitter misfortune, it has all come to pass." "I can't tell myself," replied the other, "how I do it. All I know is that the words come into my mouth, and I can't help spakin' them. At any rate, that's not surprisin'. I'm the 7th son of the 7th son after 7 generations. That is, I'm the 7th son that was in our family, and you must know that the knowledge increases as they go on. Every 7th son knows more than him that went before him, till it comes to the last, and he knows more than them all. There were 6 7th sons before me, so that I'm the last, for it was never known since the world began that ever more than 7 after one another had the gift of prophecy in the same family. That's the reason, you see, that I have no sons. The knowledge ends with me." "It's very strange," replied Sullivan, "and not to be accounted for by any one but God. Glory be to his name. It is strange, and when I find that I'm goin' to foretell anything that's bad or unlucky, I feel great pain or uneasiness in my mind. But on the other hand, when I am to prophesy what's good, I get quite light-hearted and easy. I'm all happiness, and that's the way I feel now, and has felt for the last day or two." "I wish to God, Donnel," said Mrs. Sullivan, "that you could prophesy something good for us. Or," continued her charitable and benevolent husband, "for the thousands of poor creatures that wants it more still than we do. Sure it's thankful to the Almighty we ought to be, and is. I hope that this woful sickness hasn't come upon us yet. Even Condy Dalton and his family. Ay, God be praised for givin' him the heart to do it. I can forgive him and them." "Don't say them, Jerry ahagur," observed his wife. "We never had any bad feelin' against them." "Well, well," continued the husband, "I can forgive him and all of them now, for God help them, they're in a state of most heart-breaking destitution, livin' only upon the bits that the poor starvin' neighbours is able to crib from their own hungry mouths for them. And here the tears that did honour not only to him but to human nature and his country, rolled slowly down his emaciated cheeks for the deep distress to which the man that he believed to be the murderer of his brother had been." "Indeed, Donnel," said Mrs. Sullivan, "it would be a hard and uncharitable heart that wouldn't relent, if it knew what they are sufferin'. Young Con is just risin' out of the fever that was in the family," and it would ring your a glance at Mave occasioned her to pause. The gentle girl, upon whom the prophet had kept his eye during the whole conversation, had been reflecting in her wasted but beautiful features both the delicacy and depth of the sympathy that had been expressed for the unhappy Daltons. Sometimes she became pale as ashes, and again her complexion assumed the subdued hue of the wild rose, for, alas that we must say it, sorrow and suffering, in other words, want, in its almost severest form, had thrown its melancholy hue over the richness of her blush, which on this occasion borrowed a delicate grace from distress itself. Such indeed was her beauty, and so gently and serenely did her virtues shine through it, that it mattered not to what condition of calamity they were subjected. In every situation they seemed to shed some new and unexpected charm upon the eyes of those who looked upon her. The mother, we said on glancing at her, paused, but the chord of love and sorrow had been touched, and poor Mave, unable any longer to restrain her feelings, burst out into tears, and wept aloud on heeding the name and sufferings of her lover. Her father looked at her, and his brow got sad, and there was no longer the darkness of resentment or indignation there. So true is it that suffering chastens the heart into its noblest affections, and purges it of the gloomier and grosser passions. "Poor Mave," he exclaimed, "when I let the tears down for the man that has my doother's blood on his hands, it's no wonder you should cry for him you love so well." "Oh, dear father," she exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms and embracing him tenderly, "I feel no misery nor sorrow now. The words you have spoken have made me happy. All these sufferings will pass away, for it cannot be but God will, sooner or later, reward your piety and goodness. Oh, if I could do anything for any one," and she blushed as she spoke. "But I cannot. There is nothing here that I can do at home. But if I could go out and work by the day, I'd do it and be happy, in order to help that family that's now brought so low, that's so much to be pitied." We have already said that the prophet's eye had been bent upon her ever since he came into the house, but it was with an expression of benignity and affection which, notwithstanding the gloomy character of his countenance, no one could more plausibly or willingly assume. Mave, in the meantime, could scarcely bear to look upon him, and it was quite clear from her manner that she had, since their last mysterious interview, once more fallen back into those feelings of strong aversion with which she had regarded him at first. M'Gowan saw this, and without much difficulty guessed at the individual who had been instrumental in producing the change. "God pardon and forgive me," he exclaimed, as if giving unconscious utterance to his own reflections, "for what I had thought of about that darlin' and lovely girl. But sure I'll make it up to her, and indeed I feel the words of goodness that's to befall her breakin' out of my lips. A colleen Doss, I had some private discourse wid you when I was here last, and will you let me speak a few words to you by ourselves again?" "No," she replied, "I'll hear nothing from you. I don't like you, I can't like you, and I'll hold no private discourse with you." "Oh, then, but that voice is music itself, and you are, by all accounts, the best of girls." "Ay, but sure we have all turned over a new leaf, poor child. I discovered how I was taken in and desaved. But sure I can't eat you, and a sweet morsel you'd be, Alana Doss. Nor can I run away wid you, and I seen the day that it's not my heart would hinder me to do that same. Oh, my goodness, what a head of hair! And talkin' about that, you understand, I'd like to have a word or two wid yourself." "Say whatever you have to say before my father and mother, then," she replied. "I have no—" She paused a moment and seemed embarrassed. The prophet, who skilfully threw in the allusion to her hair, guessed the words she was on the point of uttering, and availing himself of her difficulty, seemed to act as if she had completed what she was about to say. "I know, dear," he added, "you have no secrets from them. I'm glad to hear it, and for that raison I'm willin' to say what I had to say in their presence. So far as I'm concerned, it makes no difference." The allusion to her hair, added to the last observations, reminded her that it might be possible that he had some message from her lover, and she consequently seemed to waver a little, as if struggling against her strong instinctive abhorrence of him. "Don't be afeard, Mave dear," said her mother. "Sure, poor honest Donnel wishes you well, and won't prophesize any harm to you. Go with him." "Do, achora," added the father. "Donnel can have nothing to say to you that can have any harm in it. Go for a minute or two, since he wishes it." Reluctantly, and with an indomitable feeling against the man, she went out, and stood under the shelter of a little elder hedge that adjoined the house. "Now tell me," she asked quickly, "what is it you have to say to me?" "I gave young Condy Dalton the purty ringlet of hair you sent him." "What did he say?" she inquired. "Not much," he replied, "till I told him it was the last token that ever you could send him after what your father said to you." "Well?" "Why, he cursed your father, and said he deserved to get his neck broke." "I don't believe that," she replied. "I know he never said them words, or anything like them. Don't mislead me, but tell me what he did say." "Ah, poor Mave," he replied, "you little know what hot blood runs in the Daltons' veins. He said very little that was creditable to himself, and indeed I won't repeat it, but it was enough to make any girl of spirit have done with him." "And don't you know," she replied mournfully, "that I have done with him, and that there never can be anything but sorrow and good will between us?" "Wasn't that my message to him by yourself?" "It was, dear, and I hope you're still of the same mind." "I am," she said, "but you are not tellin' me the truth about him. He never spoke disrespectfully of my father or me." "No, indeed, ashure he did not then. Oh, the sorra syllable! Oh, no, if I said so, don't believe me." And yet the very words he uttered, in consequence of the meaning which they received from his manner, made an impression directly the reverse of their natural import. "Well, then," she said, "that's all you have to say to me?" "No," he replied, "it is not. I want to know from you when you'll be goin' to your uncle's at Mulligamore." "To-morrow," replied the artless and unsuspicious girl, without a moment's hesitation. "Well, then," said he, "you pass the Grey Stone at the foot of Mallybenagh. Of course I know you must. Now, my dear Mave, I want to show you that I have some insight into futurity. What hour will you pass it at?" "About 3 o'clock, as near as I think. It may be a little more or a little less." "Very well, acushly. When you pass the Grey Stone, about a few hundred yards on the right hand side, the first person you will meet will be a young man, well made and very handsome. That young man will be the person, whosoever he is, and I don't know myself, that will bring you love and wealth and happiness, and all that a woman can wish to have with a man. Nor, dear, if this doesn't happen, never believe anything I say again. But if this does happen, I hope you'll have good sense, acushla machree, to be guided by one that's your true friend, and that's myself. The first person you meet after passin' the Grey Stone, on your right hand side, remember the words. I know there's great luck and high fortune before you, for indeed your beauty and goodness well deserves it, and they'll get both." Then they returned into the house, Mave somewhat surprised, but no way relieved, while the Prophet seemed rather in better spirits by the interview. "Now, Jerry Sullivan," said he, "and you, Bridget, his wife, lend your ears and listen. The heart of Prophet is full of good to you and yours, and the good must come to his lips, and flow from them when it comes. There are 3 books known to the wise: the book of marriage, the book of death, and the book of judgment. Open a leaf, says the angel of marriage, the guardian angel of Jericho, where he brings all love, happiness, and peace to. Open a leaf, says the angel of marriage, him that has 1 head and 10 horns, and read us a page of futurity from the prophecy of Saint Nebuchadnezzar the divine. The child is a female child, says the angel with 1 head and 10 horns, by name Mabel Sullivan, daughter to honest Jerry Sullivan, and his decent wife Bridget of Aughnmurrin. Amen, says the prophet, time is not tide, nor is tide time, and neither will wait for man. 3 things will happen. A girl, young and handsome, will walk forth upon the highway, and there she will meet a man, young and handsome too, who will rise her to wealth, happiness, and grandeur. So be it, says the book of marriage, and amen again, says the prophet. Open a new leaf, says Nebuchadnezzar the divine. A new leaf in the book of judgment, and another in the book of death. A man was killed, and his body hid, and a man lived with his blood upon him. Fate is fate, and justice is near. For years he will keep the murder to himself, till a man's to come that will bring him to judgment. Then will judgment be passed, and the book of death will be opened. Read, says the prophet, it is done at last. Judgment is passed, and death follows. The innocent is set free, and the murderer that concealed the murder so long swings at last. And all these things is to be found by the wise in the books of marriage, death, and judgment. He then added, as he had done at the conclusion of his former prophecy, be kind and indulgent to your daughter, for she'll soon make all your fortunes. And take care of her and yourselves till I see yez again. As before, he gave them no further opportunity of asking for explanations, but immediately departed, and as if he had been moved by some impulse or afterthought, he directed his steps once more to the Grange, where he saw young Henderson, with whom he had another private interview, of the purport of which our readers may probably form a tolerably accurate conjecture. Chapter 16. mysterious disappearance of the tobacco box. M'Gowan's mind, at this period of our narrative, was busily engaged in arranging his plans, for we need scarcely add here that whether founded on justice or not, he had more than one ripening. Still there preyed upon him a certain secret anxiety, from which, by no effort, could he succeed in ridding himself. The disappearance of the tobacco box kept him so ill at ease and unhappy, that he resolved, on his way home, to make a last effort at finding it out, if it could be done; and many a time did he heartily curse his own stupidity for ever having suffered it to remain in his house or about it, especially when it was so easy to destroy it. His suspicions respecting it most certainly rested upon Nelly, whom he now began to regard with a feeling of both hatred and alarm. Sarah, he knew, had little sympathy with him, but then he also knew that there existed less in common between her and Nelly. He thought, therefore, that his wisest plan would be to widen the breach of ill feeling between them more and more, and thus to secure himself, if possible, of Sarah's co-operation and confidence, if not from affection or good feeling towards himself, at least from ill will towards her stepmother. For this reason, therefore, as well as for others of equal, if not of more importance, he came to the determination of taking, to a certain extent, Sarah into his confidence, and thus making not only her quickness and activity, but her impetuosity and resentments, useful to his designs. It was pretty late that night when he reached home, and as he had devoted the only portion of his time that remained between his arrival and bedtime to a description of the unsettled state of the country, occasioned by what were properly called the famine outrages that were then beginning to take place, he made no allusion to anything connected with his projects, to either Nelly or his daughter, the latter of whom, by the way, had been out during the greater part of the evening. The next morning, however, he asked her to take a short stroll with him along the river, which she did, and both returned, after having had at least an hour's conversation, Sarah with a flushed cheek and indignant eye, and her father with his brow darkened and his voice quivering from suppressed resentment, so that, so far as observation went, their interview and communication had not been very agreeable on either side. After breakfast, Sarah put on her cloak and bonnet, and was about to go out, when her father said, "Pray, ma'am, where are you goin' now?" "It doesn't signify," she replied, "but at all events you needn't ax me, for I won't tell you." "What kind of answer is that to give me? Do you forget that I'm your father?" "I wish I could, for indeed I'm sorry you are." "Oh, you know," observed Nelly, "she was always a dutiful girl, always a quiet, good creature." "Why, you unbiddable strap, what kind of answer is that to give to your father?" Ever since their stroll that morning, Sarah's eyes had been turned from time to time upon her stepmother, with flash after flash of burning indignation; and now that she addressed her, she said, "Woman, you don't know how I scorn you. Oh, you mean and wicked wretch, had you no pride during all your life? It's but a short time you and I will be under the same roof together, and so far as I'm concerned, I'll not stoop ever to bandy abuse or ill tongue with you again. I know only one other person that is worse and meaner still than you are, and there, I'm sorry to say, he stands in the shape of my father." She walked out of the cabin with a flushed cheek and a step that was full of disdain, and a kind of natural pride that might almost be termed dignity. Both felt rebuked, and Nelly, whose face got blanched and pale at Sarah's words, now turned upon the prophet with a scowl. "Would it be possible," said she, "that you'd dare to let out anything to that madcap?" "Now," said he, "that the coast is clear, I desire you to answer me a question that I'll put to you, and mark my words, by all that's above us, and under us, and about us, if you don't speak truth, I'll be apt to make short work of it." "What is it?" she inquired, looking at him with cool and collected resentment, and an eye that was perfectly fearless. "There was a tobaccy box about this house, or in this house. Do you know anything about it?" "A tobaccy box, is it?" "Ay, a tobaccy box." "Well, and what about it? What do you want wid it? An old rusty tobacco box? Musha, is that what's troublin' you this mornin'? Come," said he, darkening, "I'll have no humbuggin'. Answer me at wanst. Do you know anything about it?" "Is it about your old rusty tobaccy box? Arrah, what 'ud I know about it? What the sorra would a man like you do wid a tobaccy box that doesn't ever smoke? Is it mad or ravin' you are? Somehow I think the stroll you had wid the vagabond gipsy of a daughter of yours hasn't put you into the best of temper, or her either. I hope you didn't act the villain on me, for she looks at me as if she could ait me widout salt. But indeed she's taken on her own hands finely of late. She's gettin' too proud to answer me now when I ax her a question." "Well, why don't you ask her as you ought?" "She was out all yesterday evenin', and when I said, 'You idle strap, where were you?' she wouldn't even think it worth her while to give me an answer, the vagabond. Do you give me one in the meantime? What about the box I want? Speak the truth if you regard your health." "I know nothing about your box, and I wish I could say as much of yourself. However, I won't long trouble you, that I can tell you, ay, and her too. She needn't fear that I'll be long under the same roof wid her. I know anyway I wouldn't be safe. She would only stick me in one of her fits, now that she's able to fight me." "Now, Nelly," said the Prophet, deliberately shutting the door, "I know you to be a hardened woman, that has little fear in your heart. I think you know me, too, to be a hardened and determined man. There now, I have shut and bolted the door, and by him that made me, you'll never leave this house, nor go out of that door a livin' woman, unless you tell me all you know about that tobaccy box. Now you know my mind and my course. Act as you like now." "Ha, ha, ha! Do you think to frighten me?" she asked, laughing derisively. "Me? Oh, how much you're mistaken, if you think so. Not that I don't believe you to be dangerous, and a man that one ought to fear, but I have no fear of you." "Answer me quickly," he replied, and as he spoke he seized the very same knife from which she had so narrowly escaped in her conflict with Sarah. "Answer me, I say, and mark, I have no reason to wish you alive." And as he spoke, the glare in his eyes flashed and became fearful. "Ah," said she, "there's your daughter's look, and the same knife, too, that was near doin' for me wanst. Well, don't think that it's fear makes me say what I'm goin' to say, but that's the same knife, and besides, I dreamed last night that I was dressed in a black cloak, and a black cloak, they say, is death, ay, death, and I know I'm not fit to die or to meet judgment, and you know that too. Now then, tell me what it is you want with the box." "No," he replied, sternly and imperatively, "I'll tell you nothing about it, but get it at wanst, before my passion rises higher and deadlier." "Well, then, mark me, I'm not afeard of you, but I have the box." "And how do you come by it?" he asked. "Sarah was lookin' for a cobweb to stop the blood where she cut me in our fight the other day, and it came tumblin' out of a cranny in the wall." "And where is it now?" "I'll get it for you," she replied, "but you must let me out first." "Why so?" "Because it's not in the house." "And where is it? Don't think you'll escape me." "It's in the thatch of the roof." The Prophet deliberately opened the door, and catching her by the shoulder, held her prisoner, as it were, until she should make her words good. The roof was but low, and she knew the spot too well to make any mistake about it. "Here," said she, "is the cross I scraped on the stone under the place." She put up her hand as she spoke, and searched the spot, but in vain. There certainly was the cross as she had marked it, and there was the slight excavation under the thatch where it had been, but as for the box itself, all search for it was fruitless. It had disappeared. Section 8. of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8. Chapter 17. National Calamity. Sarah in Love and Sorrow. The astonishment of the Prophet's wife on discovering that the tobacco box had been removed from the place of its concealment was too natural to excite any suspicion of deceit or falsehood on her part, and he himself, although his disappointment was dreadful on finding that it had disappeared, at once perceived that she had been perfectly ignorant of its removal. With his usual distrust and want of confidence, however, he resolved to test her truth a little further, lest by any possibility she might have deceived him. "Now, Nelly," said he, sternly, "mark me. Is this the way you produce the box? You acknowledge that you had it, that you hid it even, and now, when I tell you I want it, and that it may be a matter of life and death to me, you pretend it's gone, and that you know nothing about it. I say again, mark me well, produce the box." "Here," she replied, chafed and indignant, as well at its disappearance as at the obstinacy of his suspicions. "Here's my throat. Dash your knife into it if you like, but as for the box, I tell you that although I did put it in there, you know as much about it now as I do." "Well," said he, "for once I believe you, but mark me still, this box must be gotten, and it's to you I'll look for it, that's all. You know me." "Ay," she replied, "I know you." "Eh, what do you mean by that?" he asked. "What do you know? Come now, I say, what do you know?" "That you're a hardened and a bad man." "Oh, you needn't brandish your knife, nor your eyes needn't blaze up that way like your daughter's," she added, "except that you're hard and dark and without one spark o' common feelin'. I know nothing particularly wicked about you, but at the same time I suspect enough." "What do you suspect, you hardened vagabond?" "It doesn't matter what I suspect," she answered, "only I think you'd have bad heart for anything, so go about your business, for I want to have nothing more either to do or say to you, and I wish to glory I had been always of that way a thinkin'. Och, na, many a scalded heart I'd a missed that I got by you." She then walked into the cabin, and the Prophet slowly followed her with his fixed, doubtful, and suspicious eye, after which he flung the knife on the threshold and took his way in a dark and disappointed mood toward Glendhu. It is impossible for us here to detail the subject matter of his reflections, or to intimate to our readers how far his determination to bring Condy Dalton to justice originated in repentance for having concealed his knowledge of the murder, or in some other less justifiable state of feeling. At this moment, indeed, the family of the Daltons were in anything but a position to bear the heavy and terrible blow which was about to fall upon them. Our readers cannot forget the pitiable state in which we left them during that distressing crisis of misery when the strange woman arrived with the oatmeal, which the kind-hearted Mave Sullivan had so generously sent them. On that melancholy occasion her lover complained of being ill, and unfortunately the symptoms were, in this instance, too significant of the malady which followed them. Indeed, it would be an affliction of unnecessary pain to detail here the sufferings which this unhappy family had individually and collectively borne. Young Condy, after a fortnight's prostration from typhus fever, was again upon his legs, tottering about as his father had been, in a state of such helplessness, between want of food on the one hand and illness on the other, as it is distressing even to contemplate. If, however, the abstract consideration of it, even at a distance, be a matter of such painful retrospect to the mind, what must not the actual endurance of that and worse have been to the thousands upon thousands of families who were obliged by God's mysterious dispensation to encounter these calamities in all their almost incredible and hideous reality. At this precise period the state of the country was frightful beyond belief, for it is well known that the mortality of the season we are describing was considerably greater than that which even cholera occasioned in its worst and most malignant ravages. Indeed, the latter was not attended by such a tedious and lingering strain of miseries as that which in so many woeful shapes surrounded typhus fever. The appearance of cholera was sudden, and its operations quick, and although on that account it was looked upon with tenfold terror, yet for this very reason the consequences which it produced were by no means so full of affliction and distress, nor presented such strong and pitiable claims on human aid and sympathy as did those of typhus. In the one case the victim was cut down by a sudden stroke, which occasioned a shock or moral paralysis both to himself and the survivors, especially to the latter, that might be almost said to neutralize its own inflictions. In the other, the approach was comparatively so slow and gradual, that all the sympathies and afflictions were allowed full and painful time to reach the utmost limits of human suffering, and to endure the wasting series of those struggles and details which long illness, surrounded by destitution and affliction, never fails to inflict. In the cholera there was no time left to feel. The passions were wrenched and stunned by a blow, which was over, one may say, before it could be perceived, while in the widespread but more tedious desolation of typhus, the heart was left to brood over the thousand phases of love and misery which the terrible realities of the one, joined to the alarming exaggerations of the other, never failed to present. In cholera a few hours and all was over, but in the awful fever which then prevailed, there was the gradual approach, the protracted illness, the long nights of racking pain, day after day of raging torture, and the dark period of uncertainty, when the balance of human life hangs in the terrible equilibrium of suspense, all requiring the exhibition of constant attention, of the eye whose affection never sleeps, the ear that is deaf only to every sound but the moan of pain, the touch whose tenderness is felt as a solace so long as suffering itself is conscious, the pressure of the aching head, the moistening of the parched and burning lips, and the numerous and indescribable offices of love and devotedness, which always encompass, or should encompass, the bed of sickness and of death. There was, we say, all this, and much more than the imagination itself, unaided by a severe acquaintance with the truth, could embody in its gloomiest conceptions. In fact, Ireland during the season, or rather the year, we are describing, might be compared to one vast lazar house, filled with famine, disease, and death. The very skies of heaven were hung with the black drapery of the grave, for never since, nor within the memory of man before it, did the clouds present shapes of such gloomy and funereal import. Hearses, coffins, long funeral processions, and all the dark emblems of mortality were reflected, as it were, on the sky, from the terrible work of pestilence and famine, which was going forward on the earth beneath them. To all this, the thunder and lightning, too, were constantly adding their angry peals, and flashing as if uttering the indignation of heaven against our devoted people. And what rendered such fearful manifestations ominous and alarming to the superstitious was the fact of their occurrence in the evening and at night, circumstances which are always looked upon with unusual terror and dismay. To any person passing through the country, such a combination of startling and awful appearances was presented as has probably never been witnessed since. Go where you might, every object reminded you of the fearful desolation that was progressing around you. The features of the people were gaunt, their eyes wild and hollow, and their gait feeble and tottering. Pass through the fields, and you were met by little groups bearing home on their shoulders, and that with difficulty, a coffin, or perhaps two of them. The roads were literally black with funerals, and as you passed along from parish to parish, the death bells were pealing forth, in slow but dismal tones, the gloomy triumph which pestilence was achieving over the face of our devoted country, a country that every successive day filled with darker desolation and deeper mourning. Nor was this all. The people had an alarmed and unsettled aspect, and whether you met them as individuals or crowds, they seemed, when closely observed, to labor under some strong and insatiable want that rendered them almost reckless. The number of those who were reduced to mendicancy was incredible, and if it had not been for the extraordinary and unparalleled exertions of the clergy of all creeds, medical men, and local committees, thousands upon thousands would have perished of disease or hunger on the highways. Many, indeed, did so perish, and it was no unusual sight to meet the father and mother, accompanied by their children, going they knew not whither, and to witness one or other of them lying down on the roadside. And well were they off who could succeed in obtaining a sheaf of straw on which, as a luxury, to lay down their aching head, that was never more to rise from it, until borne in a parish shell to a shallow and hasty grave. Temporary sheds were also erected on the roadsides, or near them, containing fever-stricken patients who had no other home. And when they were released at last from their sorrows, nothing was more common than to place the coffin on the roadside also, with a plate on the lid of it, in order to solicit from those who passed such aid as they could afford to the sick or starving survivors. That indeed was the trying and melancholy period in which all the lingering traces of self-respect, all recollection of former independence, all sense of modesty was cast to the winds. Under the terrible pressure of the complex destitution which prevailed, everything like shame was forgotten, and it was well known that whole families, who had hitherto been respectable and independent, were precipitated almost at once into all the common cant of importunity and clamour during this frightful struggle between life and death. Of the truth of this, the scenes which took place at the public soup shops and other appointed places of relief afforded melancholy proof. Here were wild crowds, ragged, sickly, and wasted away to skin and bone, struggling for the dole of charity, like so many hungry vultures about the remnant of some carcass which they were tearing, amid noise and screams and strife, into very shreds. For, as we have said, all sense of becoming restraint and shame was now abandoned, and the timid girl or modest mother of a family or decent farmer, goaded by the same wild and tyrannical cravings, urged their claims with as much turbulent solicitation and outcry as if they had been trained since their very infancy to all the forms of impudent cant and imposture. This, our readers will admit, was a most deplorable state of things. But unfortunately we cannot limit the truth of our descriptions to the scenes we have just attempted to portray. The misery which prevailed, as it had more than one source, so had it more than one aspect. There were, in the first place, scattered over the country a vast number of strong farmers, with bursting granaries and immense haggards, who, without coming under the odious denomination of misers or meal mongers, are in the habit of keeping up their provisions in large quantities because they can afford to do so, until a year of scarcity arrives, when they draw upon their stock precisely when famine and prices are both at their highest. In addition to these, there was another still viler class. We mean the hard-hearted and well-known misers, men who at every time and in every season prey upon the distress and destitution of the poor, and who can never look upon a promising spring or an abundant harvest without an inward sense of ingratitude against God for his goodness, or upon a season of drought or a failing crop, unless with a thankful feeling of devotion for the approaching calamity. During such periods and under such circumstances, these men, including those of both classes, and the famished people in general, live and act under antagonistic principles. Hunger, they say, will break through stone walls. And when we reflect that in addition to this irresistible stimulus we may add a spirit of strong prejudice and resentment against these heartless persons, it is not surprising that the starving multitudes should, in the ravening madness of famine, follow up its outrageous impulses, and forget those legal restraints or moral principles that protect property under ordinary or different circumstances. It was just at this precise period, therefore, that the people, impelled by hunger and general misery, began to burst out into that excited stupefaction which is, we believe, peculiar to famine riots, and what rendered them still more exasperated than they probably would have been was the long lines of provision carts which met or intermingled with the funerals on the public thoroughfares while on their way to the neighboring harbors for exportation. Such indeed was the extraordinary fact. Day after day, vessels laden with Irish provisions, drawn from a population perishing with actual hunger, as well as with the pestilence which it occasioned, were passing out of our ports, while, singular as it may seem, other vessels came in, freighted with our own provisions, sent back through the charity of England to our relief. It is not our business any more than it is our inclination to dwell here upon the state of those sumptuary enactments which reflected such honor upon the legislative wisdom that permitted our country to arrive at the lamentable condition we have attempted to describe. We merely mention the facts, and leave to those who possess position and ability the task of giving to this extraordinary state of things a more effectual attention. Without the least disposition, however, to defend or justify any violation of the laws, we may be permitted to observe that the very witnessing of such facts as these, by destitute and starving multitudes, was in itself such a temptation to break in upon the provisions thus transmitted, as it was scarcely within the strength of men, furious with famine, to resist. Be this as it may, however, It is our duty as a faithful historian to state that at the present period of our narrative, the famine riots had begun to assume something of an alarming aspect. Several carts had been attacked and pillaged, some strong farmers had been visited, and 2 or 3 misers were obliged to become benevolent with rather a bad grace. At the head of these parties were 2 persons mentioned in these pages, to wit, Thomas Dalton and Red Eody Duncan, together with several others of various estimation and character, some of them, as might be naturally expected, the most daring and turbulent spirits in the neighborhood. Such then was the miserable state of things in the country at that particular period. The dreadful typhus was now abroad in all his deadly power, accompanied on this occasion, as he always is among the Irish, by a panic which invested him with tenfold terrors. The moment fever was ascertained, or even supposed, to visit a family, that moment the infected persons were avoided by their neighbors and friends as if they carried death, as they often did, about them, so that its presence occasioned all the usual interchanges of civility and good neighborhood to be discontinued. Nor should this excite our wonder, inasmuch as this terrific scourge, though unquestionably an epidemic, was also ascertained to be dangerously and fatally contagious. None of them but persons of extraordinary moral strength, or possessing powerful impressions of religious duty, had courage to enter the houses of the sick or dead, for the purpose of rendering to the afflicted those offices of humanity which their circumstances required. If we except only their nearest relatives, or those who lived in the same family. Having thus endeavored to give what we feel to be but a faint picture of the state of the kingdom at large in this memorable year, we beg our readers to accompany us once more to the cabin of our moody and mysterious friend, the Black Prophet. Evening was now tolerably far advanced. Donnel Dhu sat gloomily, as usual, looking into the fire, with no agreeable aspect, while on the opposite side sat Nelly, as silent and nearly as gloomy looking as himself. Every now and then his black piercing eye would stray over to her, as if in a state of abstraction, and again with that undetermined kind of significance which made it doubtful whether the subject matter of his cogitations was concerned with her at all or not. In this position were they placed when Sarah entered the cabin, and throwing aside her cloak, seated herself in front of the fire, something about halfway between each. She also appeared moody, and if one could judge by her countenance, felt equally disposed to melancholy or ill temper. "Well, madam," said her father, "I hope it's no offence to ask where you have been sportin' yourself since. I suppose you went to see Charley Hanlon, or what is better, his master, young Dick o' the Grange?" "No," she replied, "I did not. Charley Hanlon! Oh, no." "Well, his master?" "Don't vex me, she replied abruptly. "I don't wish to fight about nothin', or about trifles, or to give bad answers, but still, don't vex me, I say." "There's somethin' in the wind now," observed Nelly. "She's gettin' fast into one of her tantrums. I know it by her eyes. She'd as soon whale me now as cry, and she'd just as soon cry as whale me. Oh, my lady, I know you. Here, at any rate, will you have your supper?" The resentment which had been gathering at Nelly's coarse observations disappeared the moment the question as to supper had been put to her. "Oh, why don't you?" she said, "and why didn't you always speak to me in a kind voice?" "But about young Dick," said the suspicious prophet, "did you see him since?" "No," she replied, calmly and thoughtfully, but, as if catching by reflection the base import of the query, she replied in a loud and piercing voice, rendered at once full and keen by indignation. "No, I say, and don't dare to suspect me of going to Dick o' the Grange or any such profligate. Hollo, there's a breeze," after a pause. "You won't bate us, I hope. Then, madame, where were you?" Short as was the period that had passed since her reply, and the putting of this last question, she had relapsed or fallen into a mood of such complete abstraction that she heard him not. With her naturally beautiful and taper hand under her still more finely chiselled chin, she sat looking, in apparent sorrow and perplexity, into the fire, and while so engaged, she sighed deeply 2 or 3 times. "Never mind her, man," said Nelly, "let her alone, and don't draw an old house on our heads. She has had a fight with Charley Hanlon, I suppose. Maybe he has refused to marry her, if he ever had any notion of it, which I don't think he had." Sarah rose up, and approaching her, said, "What is that you were saying?" "Charley Hanlon. Never name him and me together from this minute out. I like him well enough as an acquaintance, but never name us together as sweethearts. Mark my words now. I would go any length to sarve Charley Hanlon, but I care nothin' for him beyond an acquaintance, although I did like him a little, or I thought I did." "Poor Charley," exclaimed Nelly, "he'll break his heart. Arrah, what'll he do for a piece of black crape to get into mournin', eh? Ha, ha, ha!" "If you had made use of them words to me only yesterday," she replied, "I'd punish you on the spot. But now, you unfortunate woman, you're below my anger. Say what you will or what you wish, another quarrel with you I will never have." "What does she mean?" said the other, looking fiercely at the prophet. "I ax you, you traitor, what she means?" "Ay, and you'll ask me till you're hoarse before you get an answer," he replied. "You're a dark and deep villain," she uttered, while her face became crimson with rage, and the veins of her neck and temples swelled out as if they would burst. "However, I told you what your fate would be, and that Providence was on your bloody trail. Ay, did I, and you'll find it true soon." The prophet rose and rushed at her, but Sarah, with the quickness of lightning, flew between them. "Don't be so mean," she said. "Don't now, father. If you rise your hand to her, I'll never sleep a night under the roof. Why don't you separate yourself from her? Oh no, the man that would rise his hand to such a woman that must have the conscience she has, especially when he could put the salt seas between himself and her, is worse and meaner than she is. As for me, I'm leavin' this house in a day or two, for my mind's made up that the same roof won't cover us." "The divil go wid you and sixpence then," replied Nelly disdainfully, "and then you'll want neither money nor company. But before you go, I'd thank you to tell me what has become of the old tobaccy box that you pulled out of the wall the other day. I know you were lookin' for it, and I'm sure you got it. There was no one else to take it. So before you go, tell me, unless you wish to get a knife put into me by that dark lookin' old father of yours. I know nothin' about your old box, but I wish I did." "That's a lie, you strap. You know right well where it is." "No," replied her father, "she does not, when she says she doesn't. Did you ever know her to tell a lie?" "Ay, did I, 50." The prophet rushed at her again, and again did Sarah interpose. "You vile old tarmagint," he exclaimed, "you're statin' what you feel to be false, when you say so. Right well you know that neither you nor I nor any one else ever heard a lie from her lips, and yet you have the brass to say to the contrary." "Father," said Sarah, there's but one course for you. As for me, my mind's made up. In this house I don't stay if she does." "If you think of what I spoke to you about," he replied, "all would soon be right with us. But then you're so unreasonable and full of foolish notions, that it's hard for me to know what to do, especially as I wish to do all for the best." "Well," rejoined Sarah, "I'll speak to you again about it. At this time I'm disturbed and uneasy in my mind. I'm unhappy, and I hardly knows on what hand to turn. I'm afeard I was born for a hard fate, and that the day of my doom isn't far from me. All farther is dark before me. My heart is indeed low and full of sorrow, and sometimes I could almost tear any one that would contradict me. Anyway, I'm unhappy." As she uttered the last words, her father, considerably surprised at the melancholy tenor of her language, looked at her, and perceived that whilst she spoke, her large black eyes were full of distress and swam in tears. "Don't be a fool, Sarah," said he. "It's not a trifle should make any one cry in such a world as this. If Charley Hanlon and you has quarrelled, it was only the case with thousands before you. If he don't marry you, maybe as good or better will, for sure, as the old proverb says, there's as good fish in the sea as ever was catched. In the meantime, think what I said to you, and all will be right." Sarah looked not at him, but whilst he spoke, she hastily dried her tears, and ere half a minute had passed, her face had assumed a firm and somewhat of an indignant expression. Little, however, did her father then dream of the surprising change which one short day had brought about in her existence, nor of the strong passions which one unhappy interview had awakened in her generous but unregulated heart. Chapter 18. Love wins the race from profligacy. Donnel Dhu M'Gowan's reputation as a prophecy man arose, in the first instance, as much on account of his mysterious pretensions to a knowledge of the quack prophecies of his day, Pastorini, Columbkill, etc., and such stuff, as from any pretensions he claimed to foretell the future. In the course of time, however, by assuming to be a seventh son, he availed himself of the credulity and ignorance of the people, and soon added a pretended insight into futurity to his powers of interpreting Pastorini and all the catchpenny trash of the kind which then circulated among the people. This imposture, in course of time, produced its effect. Many, it is true, laughed at his impudent assumptions, but on the other hand hundreds were strongly impressed with a belief in the mysterious and rhapsodical predictions which he was in the habit of uttering. Among the latter class we may reckon simple-hearted Jerry Sullivan and family, all of whom, Mave herself included, placed the most religious confidence in the oracles he gave forth. It was then with considerable agitation and palpitating heart that on the day following that of Donnel's visit to her father's, she approached the Grey Stone, where, in the words of the prophet, she should meet the young man who was going to bring her love, wealth, and happiness, and all that a woman can wish to have with a man. The agitation she felt, however, was the result of a depression that almost amounted to despair. Her faithful heart was fixed but upon one alone, and she knew that her meeting with any other could not, so far as she was concerned, realize the golden visions of Donnel Dhu. The words, however, could not be misunderstood. The first person she met on the right side of the way after passing the Grey Stone was to be the individual, and when we consider her implicit belief in Donnel's prophecy, contrasted with her own impressions and the state of mind in which she approached the place, we may form a tolerably accurate notion of what she must have experienced. On arriving within 200 yards or so of the spot mentioned, she observed in the distance, about half a mile before her, a gentleman on horseback approaching her at rapid speed. Her heart, on perceiving him, literally sank within her, and she felt so weak as to be scarcely able to proceed. "Oh, what," she at length asked herself, "would I not now give but for one glance of young Condy Dalton? But it is not to be. The unfortunate murder of my uncle has prevented that for ever, although I can't get myself to believe that any of the Daltons ever did it. But maybe that's because I wish they didn't. The general opinion is that his father is the man that did it. May the Lord forgive them, whoever they are, that took his life, for it was a black act to me at any rate." Across the road before her ran one of those little deep valleys or large ravines, and into this had the horseman disappeared as she closed the soliloquy. He had not, however, at all slackened his pace, but, on the contrary, evidently increased it, as she could hear by the noise of his horse's feet. At this moment she reached the brow of the ravine, and our readers may form some conception of what she felt when, on looking down it, she saw her lover, young Dalton, toiling up towards her with feeble and failing steps, while pressing after him from the bottom came young Henderson, urging his horse with whip and spur. Her heart, which had that moment bounded with delight, now utterly failed her on perceiving the little chance which the poor young man had of being the first to meet her, and thus fulfil the prophecy. Henderson was gaining upon him at a rapid pace, and must in a few minutes have passed him, had not woman's wit and presence of mind came to her assistance. "If he cannot run up the hill," she said to herself, "I can run to him down it." And as the thought occurred to her, she started towards him at her greatest speed, which indeed was considerable, as her form was of that light and elastic description which betokens great powers of activity and exertion. The struggle indeed was close. Henderson now plied whip and spur with redoubled energy, and the animal was approaching at full speed. Mave, on the other hand, urged by 1,000 motives, forgot everything but the necessity of exertion. Dalton was incapable of running a step, and appeared not to know the cause of the contest between the parties. At length Mave, by her singular activity and speed, reached her lover, into whose arms she actually ran, just as Henderson had come within a few dozen yards of the spot where she met him. This effort on the part of Mave was in perfect accordance with the simple earnestness of her character, her youthful figure, her innocence of manner, the glow of beauty, and the crowd of blushing graces which the act developed, together with the joyous exultation of her triumph on reaching her lover's arms, and thus securing to herself and him completion of so delightful a prediction. All, when taken in at one view, rendered her being so irresistibly fascinating, that her lover could scarcely look upon the incident as a real one, but for a moment almost persuaded himself that his beloved Mave had undergone some delightful and glorious transformation, such as he had seen her assume in the dreams of his late illness. Henderson, finding himself disappointed, now pulled up his horse and addressed her. "Upon my word, Miss Sullivan, I believe," he added, "I have the pleasure of addressing Jeremy Sullivan's daughter, so far famed for her beauty. I say, upon my word, Miss Sullivan, your speed outstrips the wind. Those light and beautiful feet of yours scarcely touch the ground. I am certain you must dance delightfully." Mave again blushed, and immediately extricated herself from her lover's arms, but before she did, she felt his frame trembling with indignation at the liberty Henderson had taken in addressing her at all. "Dalton," the latter proceeded, unconscious of the passion he was exciting, "I cannot but envy you at all events. I would myself delight to be a winning post under such circumstances." Dalton looked at him, and his eye, like that of his father when enraged, glared with a deadly light. "Pass on, sir," he replied. "Mave Sullivan is no girl for the like of you to address. She wishes to have no conversation with you, and she will not." "I shan't take your word for that, my good friend," replied Henderson, smiling. "She can speak for herself, and will too, I trust." "Dear Condy," whispered Mave, "don't put yourself in a passion. You are too weak to bear it." "Miss Sullivan," proceeded young Dick, "is a pretty girl, and as such I claim a portion of her attention, and, should she so far favor me, even of her conversation, and that with every respect for your very superior judgment, my good Mr. Dalton." "What is your object now in wishing to speak to her?" asked the latter, looking him sternly in the face. "I don't exactly see that I'm bound to answer your catechism," said Dick. "It is to Miss Sullivan I should address myself. I speak to you, Miss Sullivan, and allow me to say that I feel a very warm interest in your welfare, and nothing would give me greater pleasure than to promote it by any means in my power." Mave was about to reply, but Dalton anticipated her. "The only favor you can bestow upon Miss Sullivan, as you are pleased to call her, is to pass her by," said Dalton. "She wishes to have no intimacy or conversation of any kind with such a noted profligate. She knows your character, Mr. Henderson, or if she doesn't, I do, and that it's as much as a decent girl's good name is worth to be seein' speakin' to you. Now I tell you again to pass on. Don't force either yourself or your conversation upon her, if you're wise. I'm here to protect her, and I won't see her insulted for nothing." "Do you mean that as a threat, my good fellow?" "If you think it is a threat, don't deserve it, and you won't get it. If right was to take place, our family would have a heavy account to settle with you and yours, and it wouldn't be wise in you to add this to it." "Ha, I see. Oh, I understand you, I think. More threatening, eh?" "As I said before," replied Dalton, "that's as you may deserve it. Your cruelty and injustice and oppression to our family we might overlook, but I tell you that if you become the means of bringin' a stain, the slightest that ever was breathed, upon the fair name of this girl, it would be 1,000 times better that you never were born." "Ah, indeed, Master Dalton. But in the meantime, what does Miss Sullivan herself say? We are anxious to hear your own sentiments on this matter, Miss Sullivan." "I would feel obliged to you to pass on, sir," she replied. "Condy Dalton is ill, and badly able to bear such a conversation as this." "Here," said Dalton, fiercely laying his hand upon Mave's shoulder, "if you cross my path here, or leave but a shadow of a stain, as I said, upon her name, woe betide you." "Your wishes are commands to me, Miss Sullivan," replied Henderson, without noticing Dalton's denunciation in the slightest degree, "and I trust that when we meet again you won't be guarded by such a terrible bow wow of a dragon as has now charge of you. Good bye, and accept my best wishes until then." He immediately set spurs once more to his horse, and in a few minutes had turned at the cross roads, and taken that which led to his father's house. "It was well for him," said Dalton, immediately after he had left them, "that I hadn't a loaded pistol in my hand. But no, dear Mave," he added, checking himself, "the hasty temper and the hasty blow is the fault of our family, and so far as I am concerned, I'll do everything to overcome it." Mave now examined him somewhat more earnestly than she had done, and although grieved at his thin and wasted appearance, yet she could not help being forcibly struck by the singular clearness and manly beauty of his features. And yet this beauty filled her heart with anything but satisfaction, for on contemplating it she saw that it was overshadowed by an expression of such settled sorrow and dejection as it was impossible to look upon without the deepest compassion and sympathy. "We had better rest a little, dear Mave," he said. "You must be fatigued, and so am I. Turn back a little, will you, and let us sit upon the grey stone. It's the only thing in the shape of a seat that is now near us. Have you any objection?" "None in the world," she replied. "I'll be time enough at my uncle's, especially as I don't intend to come home to night." They accordingly sauntered back and took their seat upon the ledge of the stone in question, that almost concealed them from observation, after which the dialogue proceeded as follows: "Condy," observed Mave, "I was glad to hear that you recovered from the fever, but I'm sorry to see you look so ill. There is a great deal of care in your face." "There is, dear Mave, there is," he replied with a melancholy smile, "and a great deal of care in my heart. You look thin yourself, and careworn too, dear." "We are not without our own struggles at home," she replied, "as indeed who is now? But we had more than ourselves to fret for." "Who?" he asked; but on putting the question, he saw a look of such tender reproach in her eye as touched him. "Kind heart," he exclaimed, "kindest and best of hearts, why should I ax such a question? Surely I ought to know you. I am glad I met you, Mave, for I have many things to say to you, and it's hard to say when I may have an opportunity again." "I know that is true," said she, "but I did not expect to meet you here. Mave," he proceeded, in a voice filled with melancholy and sadness, "you acknowledged that you loved me." She looked at him, and that look moved him to the heart. "I know you do love me," he proceeded, "and now, dear Mave, the thought of that fills my heart with sorrow." She started slightly and looked at him again with a good deal of surprise; but on seeing his eyes filled with tears, she also caught the contagion, and asked with deep emotion: "Why, dear Condy, why does my love for you make your heart sorrowful?" "Because I have no hope," said he, "no hope that ever you can be mine." Mave remained silent, for she knew the insurmountable obstacles that prevented their union, but she wept afresh. "When I saw your father last behind your garden, the day I struck Donnel Dhu," Dalton proceeded, "I told him what I then believed to be true, that my father never had a hand in your uncle's death. Mave, dear, I cannot tell a lie, nor I will not. I couldn't say as much to him now. I'm afeard that his death is on my father's soul." Mave started and got pale at the words. "Great God!" she exclaimed, "don't say so, Con dear. Oh, no, no. Is it your father that was always so good and so generous to every one that stood in need of it at his hands, and who was also so charitable to the poor?" "Ay," said he was charitable to the poor, but of late I've heard him say things that nobody but a man that has some great crime to answer for could or would say. I believe, too, that what the public says is right, that it's the hand of God himself that's upon him and us for that murder." "But maybe," said Mave, who still continued pale and trembling, "maybe it was accidentally after all, a chance blow, maybe. But whatever it was, dear Con, let us speak no more about it. I am not able to listen to it. It would sicken me soon." "Very well, dear, we'll drop it, and I hope I'm wrong, for I can't think, after all, that a man with such a kind and tender heart as my father, pious man too, could, He paused a moment, and then added, "Oh no, I'm surely wrong. He never did the act. However, as we said, I'll drop it, for indeed, dear Mave, I have enough that's sorrowful and heartbreaking to speak about over and above that unfortunate subject." "I hope," said Mave, "that there's nothing worse than your own illness, and you know, thanks be to the Almighty, you're recoverin' fast from that." "My poor lovin' sister Nancy," said he, "was laid down yesterday mornin' with this terrible faver. She was our chief dependence. We could stand it out no longer. I could and can do nothing. And my mother this mornin'," his tears fell so fast, and his affliction was so deep, that he was not able for a time to proceed. "Oh, what about her?" asked Mave, participating in his grief. "Oh, what about her that every one loves?" "She was obliged to go out this mornin'," he proceeded, "to beg openly in the face of day among neighbors. Now, Mave Sullivan, farewell," said he, rising, while his face was crimsoned over with shame. "Farewell, Mave Sullivan. All, from this minute, is over between you and me. The son of a beggar must never become your husband, will never call you his wife, even if there was no other reason against it." The melancholy but lovely girl rose with him. She trembled, she blushed, and again got pale, then blushed once more. At length she spoke. "And is that, dear Con, all that you yet know of Mave Sullivan's heart, or of the love for you that's in it? Your mother, oh, and is it come to that with her? But do you think that even that, or anything that wouldn't be a crime in yourself? Or do you think oh, I know not what to say. I see now, dear Con, the reason for the sorrow that's in your face, the heartbreak and the care that's there. I see indeed how low in spirits and how hopeless you are, and I see that although your eye is clear, still it's heavy with heart affliction. But then what is love, Con dear, if it's to fly away when these things come on us? Is it now, then, that you'd expect me to desert you, to keep cool with you, or to leave you when you have no other heart to go to for any comfort but mine? Oh no, Con dear, your own Mave Sullivan is none of these. God knows it's little comfort," she proceeded, weeping bitterly, "it's little comfort in my poor heart for any one. But there's one thing in it, Con dear, that poor as I stand here this minute, and where, oh, where is there or could there be a poorer girl than I am, still there's one thing in it that I wouldn't exchange for this world's wealth, and that, dear Con, is my love for you. That's the love, dear Con, that neither this world, nor its cares, nor its shame, nor its poverty, nor its sorrow, can ever overcome or banish. That's the love that would live with you in wealth, that would keep by your side through good and through evil, that would share your sickness, that would rejoice with you, that would grieve with you, beg with you, starve with you, and to go where you might die by your side. I cannot bid you to throw care and sorrow away, but if it's consolation to you to know and to feel how your own Mave Sullivan loves you, then you have that consolation. Dear Con, I am ready to marry you and share your distress tomorrow, ay, this day or this minute, if it could be done." There was a gentle, calm, but firm enthusiasm about her manner, which carried immediate conviction with it, and as her tears fell in silence, she bestowed a look upon her lover which fully and tenderly confirmed all that her tongue had uttered. Both had been standing, but her lover, taking her hand, sat down, as she also did. He then turned around and pressed her to his heart, and their tears, in this melancholy embrace of love and sorrow, both literally mingled together. "I would be ungrateful to God, my beloved Mave," he replied, "and unworthy of you, and indeed at best I'm not worthy of you, if I didn't take hope and courage when I know that such a girl loves me. As it is, I feel my heart easier and my spirits lighter, although at the same time, dear Mave, I'm very weak and far from being well." "That's because this disturbance of your mind is too much for you yet. But keep your spirits up. You don't know," she continued, smiling sweetly through her tears, "what a delightful prophecy was fulfilled for us this day, ay, a while ago, even when I met you." "No," he replied, "what was it?" She then detailed the particulars of Donnel Dhu's prediction, which she dwelt upon with very cheerful spirit, after which she added: "And now, Con dear, don't you think that's a sign we'll be yet happy?" Dalton, who placed no reliance whatever on Donnel Dhu's impostures, still felt reluctant to destroy the hope occasioned by such an agreeable illusion. "Well," he replied, "although I don't much believe in anything that old scoundrel says, I trust for all that he has told you truth for wanst." "But how did you happen to come here, Con?" she asked. "To be here at this very minute, too?" "Why," said he, "I was desired to be the first to meet you after you passed the Grey Stone, the very one we're sittin' on, if I loved you and wished to serve you." "But who on earth could tell you this?" she asked, "because I thought no livin' bein' knew of it beside myself and Donnel Dhu." "It was Sarah, his daughter," said Dalton; "but when I asked her why I should come to do so, she wouldn't tell me. She said if I wished to save you from evil, or at any rate from trouble. That's a strange girl, his daughter," he added; "she makes one do whatever she likes." "Isn't she very handsome?" said Mave, with an expression of admiration. "I think she's without exception the prettiest girl I ever seen, and her beautiful figure beats all. But somehow they say every one's afraid of her, and dursn't vex her." "She examined me well yesterday, at all events," replied Con. "I thought them broad, black, beautiful eyes of her would look through me. Many a wager has been laid as to which is the handsomest, you or she, and I know hundreds that'd give a great deal to see you both beside one another." "Indeed, and she has it then," said Mave, "far and away, in face, in figure, and in everything." "I don't think so," he replied; "but at any rate not in everything. Not in the heart, dear Mave, not in the heart." "They say she's kind hearted, then," replied Mave. "They do," said Con, "and I don't know how it comes, but somehow every one loves her, and every one fears her at the same time. She asked me yesterday if I thought my father murdered Sullivan." "Oh, for God's sake, don't talk about it," said Mave, again getting pale. "I can't bear to hear it spoken of." The Grey Stone, on a low ledge of which, nearly concealed from public view, our lovers had been sitting, was, in point of size, a very large rock of irregular size. After the last words alluding to the murder had been uttered, an old man, very neatly but plainly dressed, and bearing a pedlar's pack, came round from behind a projection of it and approached them. From his position it was all but certain that he must have overheard their whole conversation. Mave, on seeing him, blushed deeply, and Dalton himself felt considerably embarrassed at the idea that the stranger had been listening, and became acquainted with circumstances that were never designed for any other ears but their own. The old man, on making his appearance, surveyed our lovers from head to foot with a curious and inquisitive eye, a circumstance which, taken in connection with his eavesdropping, was not at all relished by young Dalton. "I think you will know us again," said he, in no friendly voice. "How long have you been sittin' behind the corner there?" he inquired. "I hope I may know yez again," replied the pedlar, for he was one. "I was just long enough behind the corner to hear some of what you were spakin' about last." "And what was that?" said Dalton, putting him to the test. "You were talkin' about the murder of one Sullivan." "We were," replied Dalton; "but I'll thank you to say nothing further about it. It's disagreeable to both of us, distressin' to both of us." "I don't understand that," said the old pedlar. "How can it be so to either of you, if you're not consarned in it one way or other?" "We are, then," said Dalton with warmth. "The man that was killed was this girl's uncle, and the man that was supposed to take his life is my father. Maybe you understand me now." The blood left the cheeks of the old man, who staggered over to the ledge whereon they sat, and placed himself beside them. "God of heaven!" said he, with astonishment, "can this be true?" "Now that you know what you do know," said Dalton, "we'll thank you to drop the subject." "Well, I will," said he, "but first, for heaven's sake, answer me a question or two. What's your name, avick?" "Condy Dalton." "Ay, Condy Dalton, the Lord be about us! And Sullivan was the name of the man that was murdered, you say?" "Yes, Bartley Sullivan, God rest him." "And whisper, tell me, God presarve us, was there anything done to your father, avick?" "What was done to him?" "Why, he was taken up on suspicion soon after it happened, but there was nothing done. They had no proof against him, and he was let go again." "Is your father alive still?" "He is livin'," replied Dalton. "But come, pass on, old man," he added bitterly, "I'll give you no more information." "Well, thank you, dear," said the pedlar. "I ax your pardon for givin' you pain, and the colleen here. Ah, you're a Sullivan, then, and a purty but sorrowful lookin' crature you are, God knows. Poor things! God pity you both, and grant you a better fate than what appears to be before you, for I did hear a trifle of your discourse." Section 8. Section 9 of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9. There was something singularly benevolent and kind in the old pedlar's voice as he uttered the last words, and he had not gone many perches from the stone when Dalton's heart relented as he reflected on his harsh and unfriendly demeanor towards him. "That is a good old man," he observed, "and I am now sorry that I spoke to him so roughly." There was kindness in his voice and in his eye as he looked upon us. "There was," replied Mave, "and I think him a good old man too. I don't think he would harm any one." "Dear Mave," said Dalton, "I must now get home as soon as I can. I don't feel so well as I was. There is a chill upon me, and I'm afeard I won't have a comfortable night." "And I can do nothing for you," added Mave, her eyes filling with tears. "I didn't thank you for that lock of hair you sent me by Donnel Dhu," he added. "It is here upon my heart, and I needn't say that if anything had happened me, or if anything should happen me, it and that heart must go to dust together." "You are too much cast down," she replied, her tears flowing fast, "and it can't surely be otherwise. But, dear Con, let us hope for better days, and put our trust in God's goodness." "Farewell, dear Mave," he replied, "and may God bless and preserve you till I see you again. And may he send down aid to you all," she added, "and give consolation to your breaking hearts." An embrace, long, tender, and mournful, accompanied their words, after which they separated in sorrow and in tears, and with but little hope of happiness on the path of life that lay before them. Chapter 19. Hanlon secures the tobacco box. Strange scene at midnight. The hour so mysteriously appointed by Red Rody for the delivery of the tobacco box to Hanlon was fast approaching, and the night, though by no means so stormy as that which we have described on the occasion of that person's first visit to the Grey Stone, was nevertheless dark and rainy, with an occasional slight gust of wind that uttered a dreary and melancholy moan as it swept over the hedges. Hanlon, whose fear of supernatural appearances had not been diminished by what he had heard there before as well as on his way home, now felt alarmed at every gust of wind that went past him. He hurried on, however, and kept his nerves as firmly set as his terrors would allow him, until he got upon the plain old road which led directly to the appointed place. The remarkable interest which he had felt at an earlier stage of the circumstances that compose our narrative was beginning to cool a little, when it was revived by his recent conversation with Red Rody concerning the Black Prophet, and the palpable contradictions in which he detected that person, with reference to the period when the Prophet came to reside in the neighborhood. His anxiety, therefore, about the tobacco box began, as he approached the Grey Stone, to balance his fears, so that by the time he arrived there he found himself cooler and firmer a good deal than when he first crossed the dark fields from home. Hanlon, in fact, had learned a good deal of the Prophet's real character from several of those who had never been duped by his impostures, and the fact of ascertaining that the very article so essential to the completion of his purpose had been found in the Prophet's house or possession gave a fresh and still more powerful impulse to his determinations. The night, we have already observed, was dark, and the heavy gloom which covered the sky was dismal and monotonous. Several flashes of lightning, it is true, had shot out from the impervious masses of black clouds that lay against each other overhead. These, however, only added terror to the depression which such a night and such a sky were calculated to occasion. "I trust," thought Hanlon as he approached the stone, "that there will be no disappointment, and that I won't have my journey on such a dark and dismal night for nothing. How this red ruffian can have any authority over a girl like Sarah is a puzzle that I can't make out." It was just as these thoughts occurred to him that he arrived at the stone, where he stood anxiously waiting and listening, and repeating his Pater Noster as well as he could for several minutes, but without hearing or seeing any one. "I might have known," thought he, "that the rascal could bring but nothing of the kind, and I am only a fool for heedin' him at all." At this moment, however, he heard the noise of a light, quick footstep approaching, and almost immediately afterwards Sarah joined him. "Well, I am glad you are come," said he, "for God knows when I thought of our last stand here, I was anything but comfortable." "Why," replied Sarah, "what were you afeard of? I hate a cowardly man, and you are cowardly." "Not where mere flesh and blood is concerned," he replied. "I'm afeard of neither man nor woman, but I wouldn't like to meet a ghost or spirit. May the Lord preserve us." "Why now, what harm could a ghost or spirit do you? Did you ever hear that they laid hands on or killed any one?" "No, but for all that, it's well known that several persons have died of fright in consequence." "Ay, of cowardliness, but it wasn't the ghost killed them. Sure the poor ghost only comes to get relief for itself, to have masses said, or maybe to do justice to some one that is wronged in this world. There's Jimmy Beatty, and he lay 3 weeks of fright from seein' a ghost, and it turned out when all was known that the ghost was nothing more or less than Tom Martin's white-faced cow. Ha, ha, ha!" "At any rate, let us change the subject," said Hanlon. "You heard yourself the last night we were here what I'll never forget. We heard some noise like a groan, and that was all, but who could tell what it was, or who cares either? I for one do. But, dear Sarah, have you the box? Why does your voice tremble that way for? Is it fear? Because if I thought it was, I wouldn't scruple much to walk home without another word, and bring the box with me. You have it then? "To be sure I have, and my father and Nelly is both huntin' the house for it." "Why, what could your father want with it?" "How can I tell? And only that I promised it to you, I wouldn't fetch it at all?" "I thought you had given it up for lost. How did you get it again?" "That's nothin' to you, and don't trouble your head about it. There it is now, and I have kept my word, for while I live I'll never break it if I can. Dear me, how bright that flash was!" As Hanlon was taking the box out of her hand, a fearful flash of sheeted lightning opened out of a cloud almost immediately above them, and discovered it so plainly that the letters P.M. were distinctly legible on the lid of it, and nearly at the same moment a deep groan was heard as if coming out of the rock. "Father of Heaven!" exclaimed Hanlon, "do you hear that?" "Yes," she replied, "I did hear a groan, but here, do you go. Oh, it would be useless to ask you, so I must only do it myself. Stand here, and I'll go round the rock. At any rate, let us be sure that it is a ghost." "Don't, Sarah," he exclaimed, seizing her arm, "for God's sake don't. It is a spirit, I know it. Don't leave me. I understand it all, and maybe you will some day too." "Now," she exclaimed indignantly, and in an incredulous voice, "in God's name, what has a spirit to do with an old rusty tobaccy box? It's surely a curious box. There's my father would give one of his eyes to find it, and Nelly, that hid it the other day, found it gone when she went to get it for him." "Do you tell me so?" said Hanlon, placing it as he spoke in his safest pocket. "I do," she replied, "and only that I promised it to you, and would not break my word, I'd give it to my father. But I don't see myself what use it can be of to him or anybody." Hanlon, despite of his terrors, heard this intelligence with the deepest interest; indeed, with an interest so deep that he almost forgot them altogether, and with a view of eliciting from her as much information in connection with it as he could, he asked her to accompany him a part of the way home. "It's not quite the thing," she replied, "for a girl like me to be walkin' with a young feller at this hour; but as I'm not afeard of you, and as I know you are afeard of the ghost, if there is a ghost, I will go part of the way with you, although it does not say much for your courage to ask me. Thank you, Sarah, you are a perfect treasure." "Whatever I was, or whatever I am, Charley, I can never be anything more to you than a mere acquaintance. I don't think ever we were much more. But what I want to tell you is, that if ever you have any serious notion of me, you must put it out of your head." "Why so, Sarah?" "Why so," she replied hastily, "why, because I don't wish it. Isn't that enough for you, if you have spirit?" "Well, but I'd like to know why you changed your mind." "Ah," said she, "well, after all, that's only natural. It is but reasonable, and I'll tell you. In the first place, there's a want of manliness about you that I don't like. I think you've but little heart or feelin'. You toy with the girls, with this one and that one, and you don't appear to love any one of them. In short, you're not affectionate, I'm afeard. Now here I am, and I can scarcely say that ever you courted me like a man that had feelin'. I think you're revengeful too, for I have seen you look black and angry at a woman before now. You never loved me, I know. I say I know you did not. There, then, is some of my reasons, but I'll tell you one more that's worth them all. I love another now. Ay," she added, with a convulsive laugh, "I love another, and I know, Charley, that he can't love me. There's more lightnin'. What a flash! Oh, I didn't care this minute if it went through my heart. Don't talk so, Sarah. I know what's before me. Disappointment in everything. The people say I'm wild and very wicked in my temper, and I am too. But how can I be otherwise? For what did I ever see or hear under our own miserable roof but evil talk and evil deeds? A word of kindness I never got from my father or from Nelly. Nothing but the bad word and the hard blow, until now that she is afeard of me. But little she knew that many a time when I was fiercest, and threatened to put a knife into her, there was a quiver of affection in my heart, a yearnin', I may say, after kindness, that had me often near throwin' my arms about her neck and askin' her why she mightn't as well be kind as cruel to me. But I couldn't, because I knew that if I did, she'd only tramp on me, and despise me, and tyrannize over me more and more. She uttered these sentiments under the influence of deep feeling, chequered with an occasional burst of wild distraction that seemed to originate from much bitterness of heart. "Is it a fair question?" replied Hanlon, whose character she had altogether misunderstood, having, in point of fact, never had an opportunity of viewing it in its natural light. "Is it a fair question to ask you who is it that you're in love wid?" "It's not a fair question," she replied. "I know he loves another, and for that raison I'll never breathe it to a mortal. Because," he added, "if I knew, maybe I might be able to put in a good word for you now and then, accordin' as I got an opportunity." "For me!" she replied indignantly. "What, to beg him get fond of me? Oh, it's wonderful the meanness that's in almost every one you meet. No," she proceeded vehemently, "if he was a king on his throne, sooner than stooped to that, or if he didn't or couldn't love me on my own account, I'd let the last drop of my heart's blood out first. Oh, no, 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 no. Ha, he loves another," she added hastily, "he loves another." "And do you know her?" asked Hanlon. "Do I know her?" she replied. "Do I know her? It's I that do, ay, and I have her in my power, too, and if I set about it, can prevent a ring from ever goin' on them. Ha, ha! And I, that divil Sarah M'Gowan, what a fine character I have got. Well, well, good night, Charley. Maybe it's a folly to have a bad name for nothing. At least they say so. Ha, ha! Good night, I'll go home. Oh, I had like to forgot. Red Body told me he was spakin' to you about something that he says you can't but understand yourself, and he desired me to get you, if I could, to join him in it. I said I would, if it was right and honest, for I have great doubts of it bein' either the one or the other if it comes from him. He said that it was both, but that it'd be a great piece of roguery to have it undone. Now, if it is what he says it is, help him in it if you can, but if it isn't, have no hand in it. That's all I told him I would say, and that's all I do say. Keep out of his secrets, I advise you, and above all things avoid everything mean and dishonest. For, Charley, I have a kind of likin' for you that I can't explain, although I don't love you as a sweetheart. Good night again." She left him abruptly, and at a rapid pace proceeded back to the Grey Stone, around which she walked, with a view of examining whether or not there might be any cause visible, earthly or otherwise, for the groans which they had heard. But notwithstanding a close and diligent search, she could neither see nor hear anything whatsoever to which they might possibly be ascribed. She reached home about 1 o'clock, and after having sat musing for a time over the fire, which was raked for the night, that is, covered over with geese-hog, or living ashes, she was preparing to sleep in her humble bed, behind a little partition wall about 5 feet high, at the lower end of the cabin, when her father, who had been moaning and staring and uttering abrupt exclamations in his sleep, at length rose up and began deliberately to dress himself, as if with an intention of going out. "Father," said she, "in the name of goodness, where are you goin' at this time of the night?" "I'm goin' to the murdered man's grave," he replied. "I'm going to tell them all how he was murdered, and who it was that murdered him." A girl with nerves less firm would have felt a most deadly terror at such language, on perceiving, as Sarah at once did, that her father, whose eyes were shut, was fast asleep at the time. In her, however, it only produced such a high degree of excitement and interest as might be expected from one of her ardent and excitable temperament, imbued as it was with a good deal of natural romance. "In God's name," she said to herself, "what can this mean? Of late he hasn't had 1 hour's quiet rest at night, nothin' but startin' and shoutin' out and talkin' about murder and murderers. What can it mean? For he's now walkin' in his sleep." "Father," said she, "you're asleep. Go back to bed. You had better." "No, I'm not asleep," he replied. "I'm goin' down to the grave here below, behind the rocks down in Glendhu, where the murdered man is lyin' buried." "And what brings you there at this time of the night?" "Ha, ha!" he replied, uttering an exclamation of caution in a low, guarded voice. "What brings me?" "Whisht, hold your tongue, and I'll tell you." She really began to doubt her senses, notwithstanding the fact of his eyes being shut. "Whisht yourself," she replied. "I don't want to hear anything about it. I have no relish for such secrets. I'm ready enough with my own hand, especially when there's a weapon in it. Readier than ever I'll be again, for all that I don't wish to hear such secrets. Are you asleep or awake?" "I'm awake, of course," he replied. "And why are your eyes shut then? You're frightful, father, to look at. No corpse ever had such a face as you have. Your heavy brows are knit in such a way, just as if you were in agony. Your cheeks are so white, too, and your mouth is down at the corners, that a ghost, ay, the ghost of the murdered man himself, would be agreeable compared to you. Go to bed, father, if you're awake." To all this he made no reply, but having dressed himself, he deliberately, and with great caution, raised the latch, and proceeded out at that dismal and lonely hour. Sarah, for a time, knew not how to act. She had often heard of sleep walking, and she feared now that if she awakened him, he might imagine that she had heard matters which he wished no ears whatever to hear, for the truth was that some vague suspicions of a dreadful nature had lately entered her mind, suspicions which his broken slumbers, his starts, and frequent exclamations during sleep had only tended to confirm. "I will watch him, at all events," said she to herself, "and see that he comes to no danger." She accordingly shut the door after her, and followed him pretty closely into the deep gloom of the silent and solitary glen. With cautious but steady and unerring steps he proceeded in the direction of the loneliest spot of it, which having reached, he went by a narrow and untrodden circuit, a kind of broken but natural pathway, to the identical spot where the body which Nelly had discovered lay. He then raised his hand as if in caution, and whispered, "Whisht, here is where the murdered man's body lies." "I'll not do it," said Sarah, "I'll not do it. It would be mean and ungenerous to ax him a question that might make him betray himself." At this moment the moon, which had been for some time risen, presented a strange and alarming aspect. She seemed red as blood, and directly across her centre there went a black bar, a bar so ominously and intensely black that it was impossible to look upon it without experiencing something like what one might be supposed to feel in the presence of a supernatural appearance. At the performance of some magic or unnatural rite, where the sorcerer, by the wickedness of his spell, forced her, as it were, thus to lend a dreadful and reluctant sanction to his proceedings. Her father, however, proceeded. "Ay, who murdered him, my lord? Why, my lord, it was Condy Dalton, and I have another man to prove it along wid myself, one Rody Duncan. Now, Rody, answer strong. Swear home, mind yourself, Rody." These words were spoken aside, precisely as one would address them when instructing any person to give a particular line of evidence. He then stooped down and placed his hand upon the grave, said, as if he were addressing the dead man, "Ha! you sleep cool there, you guilty villain, and it wasn't my fault that the unfaithful and dishonest Strap that you got that for didn't get as much herself. There you are, and you'll tell no tales at all events. You know, Rody," he proceeded, "it was Dalton that murdered him. Mind that. But you're a coward at heart. As for myself, there's nothing troubles me but that tobaccy box. But you know nothing about that. May the devil confound me, at any rate, for not destroyin' it. And that old Strap, Nelly, suspects something, for she's always ringin' Providence into my ears. But if I had that box destroyed, I'd disregard Providence, if there is a Providence." The words had barely proceeded out of his lips when a peal of thunder, astonishingly loud, broke, as it were, over their very heads, having been preceded by a flash of lightning so bright that the long, well-defined grave was exposed, in all its lonely horrors, to Sarah's eye. "That's odd now," said she, "that the thunder should come as he said them very words. But thank God that it was Dalton that did the deed, for if it was himself, he'd not keep it back now, when the truth would be sure to come out." "It was he, my lord and gentlemen of the jury," proceeded her father, "and my conscience, my lord, during all this long time." Here he muttered something which she could not understand, and after stooping down and putting his hand on the grave a second time, he turned about and retraced his steps home. It appeared, however, that late as the hour was, there were other persons abroad as well as themselves, for Sarah could distinctly hear the footsteps of several persons passing along the adjoining road, past the Grey Stone, and she also thought that among the rest might be distinguished the voice of Red Rody Duncan. The Prophet quietly opened the door, entered as usual, and went to bed, Sarah having also retired to her own little sleeping place, lay for some time musing deeply over the incidents of the night. Chapter 20. Tumults. Confessions of murder. The next morning opened with all the dark, sultry rain and black cloudy drapery which had, as we have already stated, characterized the whole season. Indeed, during the year we are describing, it was known that all those visible signs which prognosticate any particular description of weather had altogether lost their significance. If a fine day came, for instance, which indeed was a rare case, or a clear and beautiful evening, it was but natural that after such a dark and dreary course of weather, the heart should become glad and full of hope that a permanent change for the better was about to take place. But alas, all cheerful hope and expectation were in vain. The morrow's sun rose as before, dim and gloomy, to wade along his dismal and wintry path, without one glimpse of enlivening light from his rising to his setting. We have already mentioned slightly those outrages to which the disease and misery that scourged the country in so many shapes had driven the unfortunate and perishing multitudes. Indeed, if there be any violation of the law that can or ought to be looked upon with the most lenient consideration and forbearance by the executive authorities, it is that which takes place under the irresistible pressure of famine. And singular as it may appear, it is no less true that this is a subject concerning which much ignorance prevails, not only throughout other parts of the empire, but even at home here in Ireland with ourselves. Much, for instance, is said and has been said concerning what are termed years of famine, but it is not generally known that since the introduction of the potato in this country no year has ever passed which in some remote locality or other has not been such to the unfortunate inhabitants. The climate of Ireland is so unsettled, its soil so various in quality, and the potato so liable to injury from excess of either drought or moisture, that we have no hesitation in stating the startling fact of this annual famine as one we can vouch for, upon our personal knowledge, and against the truth of which we challenge contradiction. Neither does an autumn pass without a complaint peculiar to those who feed solely upon the new and unripe potato, and which, ever since the year '32, is known by the people as the potato cholera. With these circumstances the legislature ought to be acquainted, inasmuch as they are calamities that will desolate and afflict the country so long as the potato is permitted to be, as it unfortunately is, the staple food of the people. That we are subject, in consequence of that fact, to periodical recurrences of death and disease is well known and admitted; but that every season brings its partial scourge of both these evils to various remote and neglected districts of Ireland has not been, what it ought long since to have been, an acknowledged and established fact in the sanitary statistics of the country. Indeed, one would imagine that after the many terrible visitations which we have had from destitution and pestilence, a legislature sincerely anxious for the health and comfort of the people would have devoted itself, in some reasonable measure, to the human consideration of such proper, sumptuary, and sanatory enactments as would have provided not only against the recurrence of these evils, but for a more enlightened system of public health and cleanliness, and a better and more comfortable provision of food for the indigent and poor. As it is at present, provision dealers of all kinds, mealmongers, forestallers, butchers, bakers, and hucksters, combine together and sustain such a general monopoly in food as is at variance with the spirit of all law and humanity, and constitutes a kind of artificial famine in the country. And surely these circumstances ought not to be permitted so long as we have a deliberate legislature, whose duty it is to watch and guard the health and morals of the people. At the present period of our narrative, and especially on the gloomy morning following the prophet's unconscious visit to the grave of the murdered man, the popular outrages had risen to an alarming height. Up to the present time occasional outbreaks by small and detached groups of individuals had taken place at night or before dawn, and rather in a timid or fugitive manner, than with the recklessness of men who assemble in large crowds, and set both law and all consequences at open defiance. Now, however, destitution and disease had wrought such woeful work among the general population that it was difficult to know where or how to prescribe bounds to the impetuous resentment with which they expressed themselves against those who held over large quantities of food in order to procure high prices. At this moment the country, with its waste, unreaped crops, tying in a state of plashy and fermenting ruin, and its desolate and wintry aspect, was in frightful keeping with the appearance of the people when thus congregated together. We can only say that the famine crowds of that awful year should have been seen in order to have been understood and felt. The whole country was in a state of dull but frantic tumult, and the wild crowds, as they came and went in the perpetration of their melancholy outrages, were worn down by such startling evidences of general poverty and suffering as were enough to fill the heart with fear as well as pity, even to look upon. Their cadaverous and emaciated aspects had something in them so wild and wolfish, and the fire of famine blazed so savagely in their hollow eyes, that many of them looked like creatures changed from their very humanity by some judicial plague that had been sent down from heaven to punish and desolate the land. And, in truth, there is no doubt whatsoever that the intensity of their sufferings, and the natural panic which was occasioned by the united ravages of disease and famine, had weakened the powers of their understanding, and impressed upon their bearing and features an expression which seemed partly the wild excitement of temporary frenzy, and partly the dull, hopeless apathy of fatuity, a state to which it is well known that misery, sickness, and hunger altogether had brought down the strong intellect and reason of the wretched and famishing multitudes. Nor was this state of feeling confined to those who were goaded by the frightful sufferings that prevailed. On the contrary, thousands became victims of the quick and powerful contagion which spread the insane spirit of violence at a rapid rate, affecting many during the course of the day, who in the early part of the morning had not partaken of its influence. To no other principle than this can we attribute the wanton and irrational outrages of many of the people. Every one acquainted with such awful visitations must know that their terrific realities cause them, by wild influences that run through the whole masses, to forget all the decencies and restraints of ordinary life, until fear and shame, and becoming respect for order, all of which constitute the moral safety of society, are thrown aside or resolved into the great tyrannical instinct of self-preservation, which, when thus stimulated, becomes what may be termed the insanity of desolation. We know that the most savage animals, as well as the most timid, will, when impelled by its ravenous clamours, alike forget every other appetite but that which is necessary for the sustainment of life. Urged by it alone, they will sometimes approach and assail the habitations of man, and in the fury of the moment expose themselves to his power, and dare his resentment, just as a famine mob will do, when urged by the same instinct, in a year of scarcity. There is no beast, however, in the deepest jungle of Africa itself, so wild, savage, and ferocious as a human mob, when left to its own blind and headlong impulses. On the morning in question, the whole country was pouring forth its famished hordes to intercept meal carts and provision vehicles of all descriptions on their way to market, or to the next seaport for shipment, or to attack the granaries of provision dealers, and all who, having food in large quantities, refused to give it gratis or at a nominal price to the poor. Carts and cars, therefore, mostly the property of unoffending persons, were stopped on the highways, there broken, and the food which they carried openly taken away, and in case of resistance those who had charge of them were severely beaten. Mills were also attacked and pillaged, and in many instances large quantities of flour and grain not only carried off, but wantonly and wickedly strewn about the streets and destroyed. In all these acts of violence there was very little shouting, the fact being that the wretched people were not able to shout, unless on rare occasions, and, sooth to say, their vociferations were then but a faint and feeble echo of the noisy tumults which in general characterize the proceedings of excited and angry crowds. Truly, those pitiable gatherings had their own peculiarities of misery. During the progress of the pillage, individuals of every age, sex, and condition, so far as condition can be applied to the lower classes, might be seen behind ditches, in remote nooks, in porches of houses, and many on the open highways and streets, eating, or rather gobbling up raw flour or oatmeal. Others, more fortunate, were tearing and devouring bread with a fury to which only the unnatural appetites of so many famished maniacs could be compared. As might be expected, most of these inconsiderate acts of license were punished by the consequences which followed them. Sickness of various descriptions, giddiness, retchings, fainting fits, convulsions, and in some cases death itself, were induced by this wolfish and frightful gluttony on the part of the starving people. Others, however, who possessed more sense, and maintained a greater restraint over their individual sufferings, might be seen in all directions hurrying home, loaded with provisions of the most portable descriptions, under which they tottered and panted, and sometimes fell utterly prostrate, from recent illness or the mere exhaustion of want. Aged people, grey-haired old men, and old women bent with age, exhibited a wild and excited alacrity that was grievous to witness while hurrying homewards, if they had a home, or if not, to the first friendly shelter they could get, a kind of dim exalting joy feebly blazing in their heavy eyes, and a wild sense of unexpected good fortune working in unnatural play upon the muscles of their wrinkled and miserable faces. The ghastly impressions of famine, however, were not confined to those who composed the crowds. Even the children were little living skeletons, wan and yellow, with the spirit of pain and suffering legible upon their fleshless but innocent features, while the very dogs, as was well observed, were not able to bark unless they stood against a wall, for indeed such of them as survived were nothing but ribs and skin. At all events, they assisted in making up the terrible picture of general misery which the country at large presented. Both day and night, but at night especially, their hungry howlings could be heard over the country, or mingling with wailings which the people were in the habit of pouring over those whom the terrible typhus was sweeping away with such wide and indiscriminate fatality. Our readers may now perceive that the sufferings of these unhappy crowds, before they had been driven to these acts of violence, were almost beyond belief. At an early period of the season, when the potatoes could not be dug, miserable women might be seen early in the morning, and in fact during all hours of the day, gathering weeds of various descriptions in order to sustain life. And happy were they who could procure a few handfuls of young nettles, chickenweed, sorrel, priscog, buglass, or seaweed, to bring home as food either for themselves or their unfortunate children. Others again were glad to creep or totter to stock farms at great distances across the country, in hope of being able to procure a portion of blood which, on such melancholy occasions, is taken from the heifers and bullocks that graze there, in order to prevent the miserable poor from perishing by actual starvation and death. Alas! little do our English neighbors know or dream of the horrors which attend a year of severe famine in this unhappy country. The crowds which kept perpetual and incessant siege to the houses of wealthy and even of struggling small farmers were such as scarcely any pen could describe. Neither can we render anything like adequate justice to the benevolence and charity, nay, we ought to say, the generosity and magnanimity of this and the middle class in general. In no country on earth could such noble instances of self-denial and sublime humanity be witnessed. It has happened in thousands of instances that the last miserable morsel, the last mouthful of nourishing liquid, the last potato, or the last sixpence, has been divided with wretched and desolate beings, who required it more, and this too by persons who, when that was gone, knew not to what quarter they could turn with a hope of replacing for themselves that which they had just shared in a spirit of such genuine and exalted piety. Footnote: it is as well to state here that the season described in this tale is the dreadful and melancholy one of 1817. And we may add, that in order to avoid the charge of having exaggerated the almost incredible sufferings of the people in that year, we have studiously kept our descriptions of them within the limits of truth. Dr. Coghlan, in his able and very sensible pamphlet on Fever and Famine as Cause and Effect in Ireland, a pamphlet, by the way, which has been the means of conveying the most important truths to statesmen, and which ought to be looked on as of great public benefit, has confirmed the accuracy of the gloomy pictures I was forced to draw. Here follow an extract or two. It is scarcely necessary to call to recollection the summer of 1810, cold and wet, corn uncut in November, or rotting in the sheaves on the ground, potatoes not ripened, and when unripe there cannot be worse food, containing more water than nutrient straw, at such an extravagant price as to render the obtaining of it for bedding almost impossible, and when procured, retaining from its half-fermented state so much moisture that the use was perhaps worse than the want of it. The same agent that destroyed the harvest spoiled the turf. Seldom had such a multiplication of evils come together. In some of the former years, although food and bedding were deficient, the portion saved was of good quality, and fuel was not wanting, but in 1815 every comfort that might have compensated for partial want was absent. This description applies to the 2 years of 1816 and 1817. In the midsummer of 1817 the blaze of fever was over the entire country. It had burst forth in almost 1,000 different points. Within the short space of a month, in the summer of 1817, the epidemic sprung forth in Tramore, Youghal, Kinsale, Tralee, and Clonmel, in Carrick-on-Suir, Illuskria, Ballina, Castlebar, Belfast, Armagh, Omagh, Londonderry, Monastervan, Tullamore, and Slane. This simultaneous breakout shows that there must have been some universal cause. And again, the poor were deprived of employment, and were driven from the doors, where before they had always received relief, lest they should introduce disease with them. Thus destitution and fever continued in a vicious circle, each impelling the other, while want of presence of mind aggravated 1,000-fold the terrible infliction. Of the miseries that attend a visitation of epidemic fever, few can form a conception. The mere relation of the scenes that occurred in the country, even in one of its last visitations, makes one shudder in reading them. As Barker and Chain observe in their report, a volume might be filled with instances of the distress occasioned by the visitation of fever in 1817. On the road leading from Cork, within a mile of the town, Contruch, I visit a woman laboring under typhus. On her left lay a child very ill. At the foot of the bed another child just able to crawl about, and on her right the corpse of a third child who had died 2 days previously, which the unhappy mother could not get removed. In a letter from Dr. O'Leary, Kanturk. Ellen Pagan, a young woman whose husband was obliged, in order to seek employment, to leave her almost destitute in a miserable cabin, with 3 children, gave the shelter of her roof to a poor beggar who had fever. She herself caught the disease, and from the terror created in the neighborhood, was, with her 3 children, deserted, except that some person left a little water and milk at the window for the children, one about 4, the other about 3 years old, and the other an infant at her breast. In this way she continued for a week, when a neighbor sent her a loaf of bread, which was left in the window. 4 days after this he grew uneasy about her, and one night, having prepared some tea and bread, he set off to her relief. When he arrived, the following scene presented itself. In the window lay the loaf where it had been deposited 4 days previously. In one corner of the cabin, on a little straw, without covering of any kind, lay the wretched mother, actually dying, and her infant dead by her side, for the want of that sustenance which she had not to give. On the floor lay the children, to all appearance dying also of cold and hunger. At first they refused to take anything, and he had to pour a little liquid down their throats. With the cautious administration of food they gradually recovered. The woman expired before the visitor quitted the house. This in a letter from Dr. Macartney Monivea. A man, his wife, and 2 children lay together in a fever. The man died in the night. His wife, nearly convalescent, was so terrified with his corpse in the same bed with her, that she relapsed, and died in 2 days after. The children recovered from fever, but the eldest lost his reason by the fright. Many other scenes have I witnessed, which would be too tedious to relate. This was from the Barker and O'Haines report. I know not of any visitation so much to be dreaded as epidemic fever. It is worse than the plague, for it lasts throughout all seasons. Cholera may seem more frightful, but it is in reality less destructive. It terminates rapidly in death, or in as rapid recovery. Its visitation, too, is short, and it leaves those who recover unimpaired in health and strength. Civil war, were it not for its crimes, would be, as far as regards the welfare of a country, a visitation less to be dreaded than epidemic fever. It is not possible, then, to form an exaggerated picture of the sufferings of 1.5 million people in these countries, in their convalescence from fever, deprived of not only the comforts but even the necessaries of life, with scanty food and fuel, and covering only rising from fever to slowly fall victims to those numerous chronic diseases that are sure to seize upon enfeebled constitutions. Death would be to many a more merciful dispensation than such a recovery. This is from Famine and Fever as Cause and Effect in Ireland, etc., etc., by D.J. Coggan, Esquire, M.D., M.K.C.S.B., Dublin, J. Fannin and Company, Grafton Street. End of footnote. It was to such a state of general tumult that the Prophet and his family arose on the morning of the following day. As usual, he was grim and sullen, but on this occasion his face had a pallid and sunken look in it, which apparently added at least 10 years to his age. There was little spoken, and after breakfast he prepared to go out. Sarah, during the whole morning, watched his looks, and paid marked attention to everything he said. He appeared, however, to be utterly unconscious of the previous night's adventure, a fact which his daughter easily perceived, and which occasioned her to feel a kind of vague compassion for him, in consequence of the advantage it might give Nelly over him; for of late she began to participate in her father's fears and suspicions of that stubborn and superstitious personage. "Father," said she, as he was about to go out, "is it fair to ax where you are going?" "It's neither fair nor foul," he replied; "but if it's any satisfaction to you to know, I won't tell you." "Have you any objections, then, that I should walk a piece of the way with you?" "Not if you have come to your senses, as you ought, about what I mentioned to you." "I have something to say to you," she replied, without noticing the allusion he had made, "something that you ought to know." "And why not mention it here, where we are?" "Because I don't wish her there to know it." "Thank you, ma'am," replied Nelly, "I feel your kindness; and, dear me, what a sight of wisdom I'll lose by bein' kept out of the secret. Secret, indeed! A fig for yourself and your secret. Maybe I have my secret as well as you." "Well, then," replied Sarah, "if you have, do you keep yours as I'll keep mine, and then we'll be equal. Come, father, for I must go from home too. Indeed, I think this is the last day I'll be with either of you for some time, maybe ever." "What do you mean?" said the father. "Hut," said the mother, "what a goose you are! Charley Hanlon, to be sure. I suppose she'll run off wid him." "Oh, thin God pity him, or any other one that's doomed to be blistered wid you." Sarah flashed like lightning, and her frame began to work with that extraordinary energy which always accompanied the manifestation of her resentment. "You will," said she, approaching the other, "you will, after your escape the other day." "You! No, no, I won't now. I forgot myself. Come, father, come, my last quarrel with her is over." "Ay," returned Nelly, as they went out, "there you go, and sweet pair you are, father and daughter." "Now, father," resumed Sarah, after they had got out of hearing, "will you tell me if you slept well last night?" "Why do you ax?" he replied. "To be sure I did." "I'll tell you why I ax," she answered. "Do you know that you went last night, in the middle of the night, to the murdered man's grave in the glen there?" It is impossible to express the look of astonishment and dismay which he turned up on her at these words. "Sarah," he said, sternly, but she interrupted him. "It's truth," said she, "and I went with—" "What are you spakin' about? Me go out and not know it? Nonsense! You went in your sleep," she rejoined. "Did I speak?" said he, with a black and ghastly look. What? Tell me, what did I say?" "You talked a good deal, and said that it was Condy Dalton that murdered him, and that you had Red Rody to prove it." "That was what I said, Sarah?" "That's what you said, and I thought it was only right to tell you." "It was right, Sarah; but at the same time, at the peril of your life, never follow me there again. Of course you know now that Sullivan is buried there." "I do," said she; "but that's no great comfort, although it is to know that you didn't murder him. At any rate, father, remember what I told you about Condy Dalton. Leave him to God. And just that you may feel what you ought to feel on the subject, suppose you were in his situation, suppose for a minute that it was yourself that murdered him, then ask, would you like to be dragged out from us and hanged in your old age like a dog, a disgrace to all belongin' to you?" "Father, I'll believe that Condy Dalton murdered him when I hear it from his own lips, but not till then. Now, good bye. You won't find me at home when you come back, I think." "Why, where are you goin'?" "There's plenty for me to do," she replied. "There's the sick and the dyin' on all hands about me, and it's a shame for any one that has a heart in their body to see their fellow creatures gaspin' for want of a drop of cold water to wet their lips, or a hand to turn them where they lie. Think of How many poor strangers is lyin' in ditches and in barns and in outhouses, without a livin' bein' almost to look to them, or reach them any single thing they want, no, even to bring the priest to them, that they might die reconciled to the Almighty. Isn't it a shame then for me and the likes of me, that has health and strength and nothin' to do, to see my fellow creatures dyin' on all hands about me for want of the very assistance that I can afford them? At any rate, I wouldn't live in the house with that woman, and you know that, and that I oughtn't. But aren't you afeard of catchin' this terrible fever that's taken away so many if you go among them?" "Afeard," she replied, "no, father, I feel no fear either of that or anything else. If I die, I leave a world that I never had much happiness in, and I know that I'll never be happy again in it. What then have I to fear from death? Any change for me must now be for the better. At all events, it can hardly be for the worse. No, my happiness is gone." "What in heaven's name is the matter with you?" asked her father, "and what brings the big tears into your eyes that way?" "Good bye," said she, and as she spoke a melancholy smile, at once sad and brilliant, irradiated her features. "It's not likely, father, that ever you will see me under your roof again. Forgive me all my follies now. Maybe it's the last time ever you'll have an opportunity." "Tut, you foolish girl, it's enough to sicken one to hear you speak such stuff." She stood and looked at him for a moment, and the light of her smile gradually deepened, or rather faded away, until nothing remained but a face of exquisite beauty, deeply shadowed by anxiety and distress. Section 10. of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 10. The prophet pursued his way to Dick o' the Grange's, whither indeed he was bent. Sarah, having looked after him for a moment with a troubled face, proceeded in the direction of old Dalton's, with the sufferings and pitiable circumstances of whose family she was already but too well acquainted. Her journey across the country presented her with little else than records of death, suffering, and outrage. Along the roads the funerals were so frequent that in general they excited no particular notice. They could, in fact, scarcely be termed funerals, inasmuch as they were now nothing more than squalid and meagre looking knots of those who were immediately related to the deceased, hurrying onward with reckless speed and disturbed looks to the churchyard, where their melancholy burden was hastily covered up with scarcely any exhibition of that simple and affecting decorum, or of those sacred and natural sorrows which in other circumstances throw their tender but solemn light over the last offices of death. As she went along, new and more startling objects of distress attracted her notice. In dry and sheltered places she observed little temporary sheds which, in consequence of the dreadful panic which always accompanies an epidemic in Ireland, had to a timid imagination something fearful about them, especially when it was considered that death and contagion were then at work in them in such terrible shapes. To Sarah, however, they had no terrors. So far from that, a great portion of the day was spent by her in relieving their wretched and, in many cases, dying inmates as well as she could. She brought them water, lit fires for them, fixed up their shed, and even begged aid for them from the neighbours around, and, as far as she could, did everything to ease their pain or smooth their last moment by the consolation of her sympathy. If she met a family on the highway, worn with either illness or fatigue, perhaps an unhappy mother, surrounded by a helpless brood, bearing or rather tottering under a couple of sick children who were unable to walk, she herself perhaps also ill, as was often the case, she would instantly take one of them out of the poor creature's arms and carry it in her own as far as she happened to go in that direction, utterly careless of contagion or all other consequences. In this way was she engaged towards evening, when, at a turn of the road, she was met by a large crowd of rioters, headed by Red Rody, Tom Dalton, and many others in the parish, who were remarkable only for a tendency to ruffianism and outrage. For we may remark here, that on occasions such as we are describing, it is generally those who have suffered least, and have but little or nothing to complain of, that lead the misguided and thoughtless people into crime and ultimately into punishment. The change that had come over young Dalton was frightful. He was not half his former size. His clothes were now in rags, his beard grown, his whole aspect and appearance that of some miscreant, in whom it was difficult to say whether the ruffian or the idiot predominated the most. He appeared now in his glory, frantic and destructive, but amidst all this drivelling impetuosity, it was not difficult to detect some desperate and unshaken purpose in his heavy but violent and bloodshot eyes. Far different from him was Red Rody, who headed his own section of them with an easy but knowing swagger, now nodding his head with some wonderful purpose which nobody could understand, or winking at some acquaintance with an indefinite meaning that set them guessing at it in vain. It was easy to see that he was a knave, but one of those knaves on whom no earthly reliance could be placed, and who would betray tomorrow, for good reasons, and without a moment's hesitation, those whom he had corrupted today. "Come, Tom," said Rody, "we have scattered a few of the meal-monging vagabonds. Weren't you talking about that blessed voteen old Darby Skinadre, the villain that allowed Peggy Murtagh and her child to starve to death? Aren't we to pay him a visit?" Dalton coughed several times to clear his throat, a settled hoarseness having given a frightful hollowness to his voice. "Ay," said he, "ha, ha, ha, by the broken heart she died of." Well, Rody, what are we to do to him?" Rody looked significantly at the crowd, and grinned, and touched his forehead, and pointed at Dalton. "That boy's up to everything," said he. "He's the man to lead us all, ha, ha." "Never mind laughin' at him, anyway," observed one of his friends. "Maybe if you suffered what he did, poor fellow, and his family too, that it's not fun you'd be makin' of him." "Why?" asked a newcomer. "What's wrong wid him?" "He's not at himself," replied the other. "Ever since he had the fever, that they say, and the death of a very pretty girl he was goin' to be married to, has put him beside himself, the Lord save us." "Come on now," shouted Tom in his terrible voice, "here's the greatest of all before us still. Who wants meal now? Come on, I say, ha, ha, ha. Is there any of you hungry? Is there any of you goin' to die for want of food? Now's your time, ho, ho. Now, Peggy, now, ain't I doin' it? Ay, am I, and it's all for your sake, Peggy dear, for I swore by the broken heart you died of. Ay, and didn't I tell you that last night on your grave where I slept? No, he wouldn't, but now, he'll see the differ, ay, and feel it too. Come on," he shouted, "who's ever hungry? Follow me, ha, ha, ha." This idiotic but ferocious laugh, echoing such a dreadful purpose, was appalling. But the people who knew what he had suffered only felt it as a more forcible incentive to outrage. Darby's residence was now quite at hand, and in a few minutes it was surrounded by such a multitude, both of men and women, as no other occasion could ever bring together. The people were, in fact, almost lost in their own garments. Some were without coats or waistcoats to protect them from the elements, having been forced, poor wretches, to part with them for food. Others had nightcaps or handkerchiefs upon their head instead of hats, a certain proof that they were only in a state of convalescence from fever. The women stood with dishevelled hair, some of them half naked, and others leading their children about or bearing them in their arms. Altogether they presented such an appearance as was enough to wring the benevolent heart with compassion and sorrow for their sufferings. On arriving at Darby's house they found it closed, but not deserted. At first Tom Dalton knocked, and desired the door to be open, but the women who were present, whether with shame or with honour to the sex, we are at a loss to say, felt so eager on the occasion, probably for the purpose of avenging Peggy Murtagh, that they lost not a moment in shivering in the windows, and attacking the house with stones and missiles of every description. In a few minutes the movement became so general and simultaneous that the premises were a perfect wreck, and nothing was to be seen but meal and flour and food of every description, either borne off by the hungry crowd, or scattered most wickedly and wantonly through the streets, while, in the very midst of the tumult, Tom Dalton was seen dragging poor Darby out by the throat and over to the centre of the street. "Now," said he, "here I have you at last, ha, ha, ha." His voice, by the way, as he spoke and laughed, had become fearfully deep and hollow. "Now, Peggy dear, didn't I swear it? By the broken heart you died of, I said, and I'll keep that sacred oath, darlin'." While speaking, the thin, fleshless face of the miser was becoming black. His eyes were getting bloodshot, and in a very short time strangulation must have closed his wretched existence, when a young and tall female threw herself by a bound upon Dalton, whom she caught by the throat, precisely as he himself had caught Darby. It was Sarah, who saw that there was but little time to lose in order to save the wretch's life. Her grip was so effectual that Dalton was obliged to relax his hold upon the other for the purpose of defending himself. "Who is this?" said he. "Let me go, you had better, till I have his life. Let me go, I say." "It's one," she replied, "that's not afeard, but ashamed of you. You, a young man, to go strangle a weak, helpless old creature that hasn't strength or breath to defend himself no more than a child." "Didn't he starve Peggy Murtagh?" replied Tom. "Ha, ha, ha! Didn't he starve her and her child?" "No," she replied aloud, and with glowing cheeks, "it's false. It wasn't he, but yourself, that starved her and her child. Who deserted her? Who brought her to shame and to sorrow, in her own heart and in the eyes of the world? Who left her to the bitter and vile tongues of the whole country? Who refused to marry her, and kept her so that she couldn't raise her face before her fellow creatures? Who sent her without hope or any expectation of happiness in this life, this miserable life, to the glens and lonely ditches about the neighbourhood, where she did nothing but shed bitter tears of despair and shame at the heartless lot you brought her to? And when she was deserted by the wide world, and hadn't a friendly face to look to but God's, and when one kind word from your lips would give her hope and comfort and happiness, where were you? And where was that kind word that would have saved her? Let the old man go, you unmanly coward. It wasn't him that starved her, it was yourself that starved her and broke her heart." "Did yez hear that?" said Dalton. "Ha, ha, ha! And it's all true. She has told me nothing but the truth. Here, then, take the old vagabond away with you, and do what you like with him." "I'm a bold and a ramblin' boy, my lodgin's in the Isle of Troy, a ramblin' boy, although I'll be, I'll leave them all and folly thee. Ha, ha, ha! But come, boys, pull away. We'll finish the wreck of this house at any rate." "Wreck away," said Sarah. "I have nothing to do with that, but I think them women, man-women I ought to call them, might consider that there's many a starvin' mouth that would be glad to have a little of what they're throwin' about so shamefully. Do you come with me, Darby? I'll save you as far as I can, and as long as I am able." "I will, achora," replied Darby, "and may God bless you, for you have saved my life. But why should they attack me? Sure the world knows, and God knows, that my heart bleeds—" "Pshaw!" she exclaimed, "the world and God both know it's a lie, if you say your heart bleeds for anything but the destruction that you see on your place. If you had given Peggy Murtagh the meal, she might be a livin' woman to day. So no more falsehoods now, or I'll turn you back to Tom Dalton's clutches." "No, then," replied the trembling wretch, "I won't. But between you and me, then, and it needn't go any farther, troth my heart bleeds for the severity that's—" "One word more," she replied, "and I'll leave you to what you'll get." Sarah's inference had a singular effect upon the crowd. The female portion of it, having reflected upon her words, soon felt and acknowledged their truth, because they involved a principle of justice and affection to their sex, while the men, without annexing any moral consideration to the matter, felt themselves influenced by her exquisite figure and great beauty. "She's the Black Prophet's daughter," exclaimed the women, "and if the devil was in her, she told Tom Dalton nothing but the truth at any rate." "And they say the devil is in her, the Lord save us, if ever he was in anyone. Keep away from her. My soul in heaven, but she'd think no more of tearing your eyes out or sticking you with a case knife than you would of eating bread and butter." "Blessed Father," exclaimed another, "did you see the brightness of her eyes while she was speaking?" "No matter what she is," said a young fellow beside them, "the devil a purtier creature ever was made. Be my soul, I only wish I had £1,000. I wouldn't be long without a wife at any rate." The crowd having wrecked Skinadre's dwelling, and carried off and destroyed almost his whole stock of provisions, now proceeded in a different direction, with the intention of paying a similar visit to some similar character. Sarah and Darby, for he durst not venture for the present towards his own house, now took their way to the cabin of old Condy Dalton, where they arrived just in time to find the house surrounded by the officers of justice and some military. "Ah," thought Sarah on seeing them, "it is done then, and you lost but little time about it. May God forgive you, father." They had scarcely entered, when one of the officers, pulling out a paper, looked at it and asked, "Isn't your name Condy or Cornelius Dalton?" "That is my name," said the old man. "I arrest you, then," he continued, "for the murder of one Bartholomew Sullivan." "It is the will of God," replied the old man, while the tears flowed down his cheeks. "It's God's will, and I won't conceal it any longer. Take me away. I'm guilty, I'm guilty." Chapter 21. Condy Dalton goes to prison. The scene that presented itself in Condy Dalton's miserable cabin was one indeed which might well harrow any heart not utterly callous to human sympathy. The unhappy old man had been sitting in the armchair we have alluded to, his chin resting on his breast, and his mind apparently absorbed in deep and painful reflection, when the officers of justice entered. Many of our landlord readers, and all probably of our absentee ones, will, in the simplicity of their ignorance regarding the actual state of the lower classes, most likely take it for granted that the picture we are about to draw exists nowhere but in our own imagination. Would to God that it were so! Gladly and willingly would we take to ourselves all the shame, acknowledge all the falsehood, pay the highest penalty for all the moral guilt of our misrepresentations, provided only any one acquainted with the country could prove to us that we are wrong. change our nature, or, in other words, falsify the evidence of our senses, and obliterate our experience of the truths we are describing. Old Dalton was sitting, as we have said, in the only memorial of his former respectability now left him, the old arm-chair, when the men bearing the warrant for his arrest presented themselves. The rain was pouring down in that close, dark, and incessant fall, which gives scarcely any hope of its ending, and throws the heart into that anxious and gloomy state which every one can feel, and perhaps no one describe. The cabin in which the Daltons now lived was of the poorest description. When ejected from their large holding by Dick o' the Grange, or, in other words, were auctioned out, they were unhappily at a loss where to find a place in which they could take a temporary refuge. A kind neighbor who happened to have the cabin in question lying unoccupied, or rather waste upon his hands, made them an offer of it, not, as he said, in the expectation that they could live in it for any length of time, but merely until they could provide themselves with a more comfortable and suitable abode. He wished, he added, it was better for their sakes, and sorry he was to see such a family brought so low as to live in it at all. Alas, he knew not at the time how deeply the unfortunate family in question were steeped in distress and poverty. They accepted this miserable cabin, but in spite of every effort to improve their condition, days, weeks, and months passed, and still found them unable to make a change for the better. When Darby and Sarah entered, they found young Con, who had now relapsed, lying in one corner of the cabin on a wretched shake-down bed of damp straw, while on another of the same description lay his amiable and affectionate sister Nancy. The cabin stood, as we have said, in a low, moist situation, the floor of it being actually lower, which is a common case, than the ground about it outside. It served, however, as a receptacle for the damp and underwater which the incessant downpouring of rain during the whole season had occasioned. It was therefore dangerous to tread upon the floor, it was so soft and slippery. The rain, which fell heavily, now came down through the roof in so many places that they were forced to put under it such vessels as they could spare, not even excepting the beds, over each of which were placed old clothes, doubled up under dishes, pots, and little bowls, in order, if possible, to keep them dry. The house, if such could be called, was almost destitute of furniture, nothing but a few pots, dishes, wooden noggins, some spoons, and some stools being their principal furniture, with the exception of one standing short-posted bed in a corner near the fire. There then, in that low, damp, dark, pestilential kraal, without chimney or window, sat the old man, who, notwithstanding its squalid misery, could have looked upon it as a palace, had he been able to say to his own heart, I am not a murderer. There, we say, he sat alone, surrounded by pestilence and famine in their most fearful shapes, listening to the moanings of his sick family, and the ceaseless dropping of the rain, which fell into vessels that were placed to receive it. Mrs. Dalton was out, a term which was used in the bitter misery of the period, to indicate that the person to whom it applied had been driven to the last resource of mendicancy, and his other daughter Mary had gone to a neighbor's house to beg a little fire. As the old man uttered the words, no language could describe the misery which was depicted on his countenance. "Take me," he exclaimed. "Ah, no, for then what will become of these?" pointing to his son and daughter, who were sick. The very minions of the law felt for him, and the chief of them said, in a voice of kindness and compassion, "It is a distressing case, but if you'll be guided by me, you won't say anything that may be brought against you." "I was never engaged," said he, looking towards Darby and Sarah, to whom he partly addressed his discourse, "in anything so painful as this? A man of his age now after so many years. However, well, it can't be helped, we must do our duty." "Where is the rest of your family?" asked another of them. "Is this young woman a daughter of yours?" "Not at all," replied a third. "This is a daughter of the Black Prophet himself, and by japers, you hardened gipsy, it's a little too bad for you to come to see how your blasted old father's work gets done. It's his evidence that's bringin' this decent old man from his family to a gaol this miserable evenin'. Be off out of this, I desire you. I wonder you're not ashamed to be present here above all places in the world, you brazen devil." Sarah's whole soul, however, in all its best and noblest sympathies, had passed into and mingled with this scene of unparalleled misery which was then before her. She went rapidly to the bed in which young Con was stretched, stooped down, and looking closely at him, perceived that he was in a broken and painful slumber. She then passed to that in which his sister lay, and saw that she was also asleep. After a glance at each, she rubbed her hands with a kind of wild satisfaction, and going up to old Dalton, exclaimed, for she had not heard a syllable of the language used towards her by the officer of justice. "Ay," said she, laying her hand upon his white hairs, "you are to be pitied this night, poor old man. But which of you, oh, which of you is to be pitied most? You or them, and your wife too, and your other daughter, and your other son too? But he's past understandin' it. Oh, what will they do? At your age too, at your age. Oh, couldn't you die? Couldn't you contrive some way to die? Couldn't you give one great struggle, and then break your heart as wanst, and for ever?" These words were uttered rapidly, but in a low and cautious voice, for she still feared to awaken those who slept. The old man had also been absorbed in his own misery, for he looked at her inquiringly, and only replied, "Poor girl, what is it you're saying?" "I'm bidding you to die," she replied, "if you can. You needn't be afeard of God. He has punished you enough for the crime you have committed. Try and die if you can, or if you can't, oh," she exclaimed, "I pray God that he there," and she ran and bent over young Con's bed for a moment, that you may never recover or live to see what you must see. It's a fact that between hunger and this sickness," continued he who had addressed her last, "they say, and I know, that there's a great number of people silly, but I think this lady is downright mad." "What do you mean, you clip?" Sarah stared at him impatiently, but without any anger. "He doesn't hear me," she added, again putting her hand in a distracted manner upon Dalton's grey hair. "No, no, but since it can't be so, there's not a minute to be lost. Oh, take him away now," she proceeded, "take him away while they're asleep, and before his wife and daughter comes home. Take him away now, and spare him, spare them all as much sufferin' as you can." "There's not much madness in that, Jack," returned one of them. "I think it would be the best thing we could do." "Are you ready to come now, Dalton?" asked the man. "Who's that?" said the old man, in a voice of indescribable woe and sorrow. "Who's that was talkin' of a broken heart? Oh God," he exclaimed, looking up to heaven with a look of intense agony, "support me, support them, and if it be your blessed will, pity us all, but above all things pity them, oh Heavenly Father, and don't punish them for my sin." "It's false," exclaimed Sarah, looking on Dalton, and reasoning apparently with herself. "He never committed a cold-blooded murder, and the Sullivans are, oh, take him away," she said, still in a low, rapid voice, "take him away. Come now," she added, approaching Dalton again, "come while they're asleep, and you'll save them and yourself much distress. I'm not afeard of your wife, for she can bear it if any wife could, but I do your poor daughter, and she so weak and feeble after her illness come." Dalton looked at her and said, "Who is this girl that seems to feel so much for me? But whoever she is, may God bless her, for I feel that she's right. Take me away before they awaken." "Oh, she is right in every word she says, for I'm not afeard of my wife. Her trust in God is too firm for anything to shake. I'm ready, but I fear I'll scarcely be able to walk all the way, and such an evenin' too. Young woman, will you break this business to these ones, and to my wife, as you can?" "Oh, I will," she replied, "as well as I can. You did well to say so," she added in a low voice to herself, "and I'll stay here with your sick family, and watch and attend them. Whatever can be done by the like of me for them, I'll do. I'll not leave them. I'll nurse them. I'll take care of them. I'll beg for them. Oh, what would I not do for them?" And while speaking, she bent over young Con's bed, and clasping her hands and wringing them several times, she repeated, "Oh, what I wouldn't do for you." "May God bless you, best of girls, whoever you are. Come now, I'm ready." "Ay," said Sarah, running over to him, "that's right. I'll break the bitter news to them as well as it can be done. Come now." The old man stood in the midst of his desolation, with his hat in his hand, and he looked towards the beds. "Poor things!" he exclaimed, "what a change has come over you for what you wanst, and that not long since were. Never, my darlin' children, oh, never did one harsh or undutiful word come from your lips to your unhappy father. In my old age and misery I'm now leavin' you, maybe for ever, never maybe to see you again in this world. And oh, my God, if we are never to meet in the other, if the innocent and the guilty is never to meet, then this is my last look at you for everlastin', for everlastin'. I can't do it," he added, weeping bitterly. "I must take my leave of them. I must kiss their lips." Sarah, while he spoke, had uttered 2 or 3 convulsive sobs, but she shed no tears. On the contrary, her eyes were singularly animated and brilliant. She put her arms about him, and said in a soothing and solicitous tone, "Oh, no, it's all true; but if you kiss them, you'll disturb and waken them, and then, you know, when they see you taken away in this manner, and hears what it's for, it may be their death." "True, achora, true. Well, I will only look at them, then. Let me keep my eyes on them for a little. Maybe they may go first, and maybe I may go first. The last time may be for everlastin' that I'll see them." He went over as he spoke, Sarah still having her hand upon his arm, as if to intimate her anxiety to keep him under such control as might prevent him from awakening them. And standing first over the miserable bed where Nancy slept, he looked down upon her. "Ay," said he, while the tears showered down his cheeks, "there lies the child that never vexed a parent's heart or ruffled one of our tempers. May the blessin', if it is a blessin', or can be a blessin'" "It is," said Sarah, with a quick short sob. "It is a blessin', and a holy blessin', but bless him too." "May my blessin' rest upon you, or rather may the blessin' of Almighty God rest upon you, daughter of my heart. And you too," he proceeded, turning to the other bed. "Here is him that among them all I loved the best, my youngest, and called after myself. May my blessin' and the blessin' of God and my Saviour rest upon you, my darlin' son, and if I never see either of you in this unhappy world, grant, O merciful Father, that we may meet in the glory of heaven, when that stain will be taken away from me for that crime that I have repented for so long and so bitterly." Sarah, while he spoke, had let go his arm, and placing her 2 hands over her eyes, her whole breast quivered, and the men, on looking at her, saw the tears gushing out in torrents from between her fingers. She turned round, however, for a few moments, as if to compose herself, and when she again approached the old man, there was a smile brilliant but agitated, in her eyes and upon her lips. "There now," she proceeded, "you have said all you can say. Come, go with them." "Ah!" she exclaimed, with a start of pain, "all we've done or tried to do is lost, I doubt. Here's his wife and daughter. Come out now," said she, addressing him. "Say a word or two to them outside." Just as she spoke, Mrs. Dalton and the poor invalid Mary entered the house, the one with some scanty supply of food, and the other bearing a live coal between two turf, one under and the other over it. "Wait," said Sarah, "I'll speak to them before they come in," and ere the words were uttered, she met them. "Come here, Mrs. Dalton," said she, "stop a minute. Speak to this poor girl, and support her. These sogers and the constables inside is come about Sullivan's business long ago." "I know it," replied Mrs. Dalton. "I've just heard all about it, there beyond. But she," pointing to her daughter, "has only crossed the ditch from the Commons, and joined me this minute." "Give me these," said Sarah to the girl, "and stay here till I come out again, wet as it is. Your mother will tell you why." She took the fire from her as she spoke, and running in, laid it upon the hearth, placing at the same time 2 or 3 turf about in a hurried manner, but still in a way that argued great presence of mind amid all her distraction. On going out again, however, the first object she saw was one of the soldiers supporting the body of poor Mary, who had sunk under the intelligence. Mrs. Dalton, having entered the cabin and laid down the miserable pittance of food which she had been carrying, now waved her hand with authority and singular calmness, but at the same time with a face as pallid as death itself. "This is a solemn hour," said she, "and a woful sight in this place of misery. Keep quiet, all of you. I know what this is about, dear Condy," she said. "I know it, but what is the value of our faith if it doesn't teach us obedience? Kiss your child here," said she, "and go, or come, I ought to say, for I will go with you. It's not to be wondered at that she couldn't bear it, weak and worn and nearly heartbroken as she is. Bless her too before you go. And this girl," she said, pointing at Mary and addressing Sarah, "you will speak to her and support her as well as you can, and stay with them all for an hour or two. I can't leave him." Dalton, while she spoke, had taken Mary in his arms, kissed her, and, as in the case of the others, blessed her with a fervour only surpassed by his sorrow and utter despair. "I will stay with them," said Sarah, "don't doubt that. Not for an hour or two, but till they come to either life or death. So I told him." "It's a bitter case," said Mrs. Dalton, "a bitter case; but then it's God's gracious will, and them that he loves he chastises. Blessed be his name for all he does, and blessed be his name for ever for this." Mary now recovered in her father's arms, and her mother, in a low but energetic voice, pointing to the beds, said, "Think of them, darlin'. There now, part with him. This world, I often told you, dear Mary, is not our place but our passage, and although it's painful, let us not forget that it is God himself that is guidin' and directin' us through it. Come, Con, dear, come." A long, mournful embrace, and another sorrowful but fervent blessing, and with a feeble effort at consolation, Dalton parted with the weeping girl, and placing his hat on his white head, he gave one long look, one indescribable look, upon all that was so dear to him in this scene of unutterable misery, and departed. He had not gone far, however, when he returned a step or two towards the door, and Mary, having noticed this, went to him, and throwing her arms once more about his neck, exclaimed, "Oh, father, darlin', and is it come to this? Oh, did we ever complain or grumble about all we suffered while we had you with us? No, we wouldn't. What was our sufferins, father dear? Nothin', but oh, nothin' ever broke our hearts or troubled us, but to see you in such sorrow. It's true, Mary, darlin', you were all a blessin' to me, but I feel, treasure of my heart, that my sorrows and my cares will soon be over. It's about Tom I come back. Och, sure I don't care what he or we might suffer, if it had pleased God to leave him in his senses. But maybe now he's happier than we are. Tell him, if he can understand it, or when he does understand it, that I leave my blessin' and God's blessin' with him for evermore, and with you all, and with you too, young woman, for evermore, amen. And now come, I submit myself to the will of my merciful Saviour." He looked up to heaven as he spoke, his two hands raised aloft, after which he covered his venerable head, and with this pious and noble instance of resignation did the affectionate old man proceed, as well as his feeble limbs could support him, to the county prison, accompanied by his pious and truly Christian wife. As the men were about to go, he who had addressed Sarah so rudely approached her with as much regret on his face as its hardened and habitual indifference to human misery could express, and said, tapping her on the shoulder, "I was rather rough to you just now, my pretty girl. To be jabbers, it is you that is the pretty girl. I dunno, by the way, how the old Black Prophet came by the likes of you, but then he was a handsome vagabond in his day himself, and you are like him. What do you want to say?" she asked impatiently. "But stand outside. I won't speak to you here. Your voice would waken a corpse. Here now," she added, having gone out upon the causeway, "what is it?" "Why, divil a thing," he replied, "only you're a better girl than I took you to be. It's a pitiful case this, a woful case at his time o' life. Be heaveners, but I'd rather 1,000 times see Black Boy, your own precious father, swing than this poor old man." A moment's temporary fury was visible, but she paused, and it passed away, after which she returned slowly and thoughtfully into the cabin. It is unnecessary to say that almost immediately the general rumour of Dalton's arrest for the murder had gone through the whole parish, together with the fact that it was upon the evidence of the Black Prophet and Red Rody Duncan that the proof of it had been brought home to him. Upon the former occasion there had been nothing against him but such circumstances of strong suspicion as justified the neighbouring magistrates in having him taken into custody. On this, however, the two men were ready to point out the identical spot where the body had been buried, and to identify it as that of Bartholomew Sullivan. Nothing remained, therefore, now that Dalton was in custody, but to hold an inquest upon the remains, and to take the usual steps for the trial of Dalton at the following assizes, which were not very far distant. Indeed, notwithstanding the desolation that prevailed throughout the country, and in spite of the care and sorrow which disease and death brought home to so many in the neighborhood, there was a very general feeling of compassion experienced for poor old Dalton and his afflicted family, and among those who sympathized with them there was scarcely one who expressed himself more strongly upon the subject than Mr. Travers, the head agent of the property on which they had lived, especially upon contrasting the extensive farm and respectable residence from which their middleman landlord had so harshly and unjustly ejected them, with the squalid kennel in which they then endured such a painful and pitiable existence. This gentleman had come to the neighborhood in order to look closely into the condition of the property, which had been entrusted to his management, in consequence of a great number of leases having expired, some of which had been held by extensive and wealthy middlemen, among the latter of whom was our friend Dick o' the Grange. The estate was the property of an English nobleman, who derived an income of 32 or 33,000 a year from it, and who, though as landlords went, was not in many respects a bad one. Yet, when called upon to aid in relieving the misery of those from whose toil he drew so large an income, did actually remit the munificent sum of £100, a recent fact. The agent himself was one of those men who are capable of a just but not of a generous action. He could, for instance, sympathize with the frightful condition of the people, but to contribute to their relief was no part of his duty. Yet he was not a bad man. In his transactions with his landlord's tenancy he was fair, impartial, and considerate. Whenever he could do a good turn or render a service without touching his purse, he would do it. He had, it is true, very little intercourse with the poorer classes of under tenants, but whenever circumstances happened to bring them before him, they found him a hard, just man who paid attention to their complaints, but who, in a case of doubt, always preferred the interest of his employer, or his own, to theirs. He had received many complaints and statements against the middlemen who resided upon the property, and he had duly and carefully considered them. His present visit, therefore, proceeded from a determination to look closely into the state and condition of the general tenancy, by which he meant as well those who derived immediately from the head landlord as those who held under middlemen. One virtue he possessed which in an agent deserves every praise. He was inaccessible to bribery on the one hand, or flattery on the other, and he never permitted his religious or political principles to degenerate into prejudice, so far as to interfere with the impartial discharge of his duty. Such was Robert James Travers, Esquire, and we only wish that every agent in the country at large would follow his example. Chapter 22. Reappearance of the box. Friendly dialogue between Jimmy Branigan and the pedlar. The next morning but one after the committal of Condy Dalton, the strange woman who had manifested such an anxious interest in the recovery of the tobacco box was seated at her humble fireside in a larger and more convenient cottage than that which we have described, where she was soon joined by Charley Hanlon, who had already made it so comfortable and convenient that she was able to contribute something towards her own support by letting what are termed in the country parts of Ireland dry lodgings. Her only lodger on this occasion was our friend the pedlar, who had been domiciled with her ever since his arrival in the neighbourhood, and whose principal traffic, we may observe, consisted in purchasing the flowing and luxuriant heads of hair, which necessity on the one hand, and fear of fever on the other, induced the country maidens to part with. This traffic, indeed, was very general during the period we are describing, the fact being that the poor people, especially the females, had conceived a notion, and not a very unreasonable one too, that a large crop of hair not only predisposed them to the fever which then prevailed, but rendered their recovery from it more difficult. These notions, to be sure, resulted naturally enough from the treatment which medical men found it necessary to adopt in dealing with it, every one being aware that in order to relieve the head, whether by blister or other application, it is necessary to remove the hair. Be this, however, as it may, it is our duty to state here that the traffic we allude to was very general, and that many a lovely and luxuriant crop came under the shears of the pedlar who then strolled through the country. "After all, aunt," said Hanlon, after having bidden her good morrow, I'm afraid it was a foolish weakness to depend upon a dhrame. I see nothin' clear in the business yet. Here now we have got the box, and what are we the nearer to the discovery?" "Well," replied his aunt, for in that relation she stood to him, "is it nothing to get even that? Sure we know now that it was his, and do you think that M'Gowan, or as they call him, the Black Prophet, would be in such a state to get it, and his wife too, it seems, unless there was some reason on their part beyond the common to come at it? It's a dark business altogether, but aren't we thrown out of all trace of it in the meantime? Just when we thought ourselves on the straight road to the discovery, it turns out to be another and a different murder entirely, the murder of one Sullivan." At this moment the pedlar, who had been dressing himself in another small apartment, made his appearance just in time to catch his concluding words. "And now," Hanlon added, "it appears that Sullivan's body has been found at last. The Black Prophet and Body Duncan knows all about the murder, and can prove the act home to Condy Dalton, and identify the body, they say, besides." The pedlar looked at the speakers with a face of much curiosity and interest, then mused for a time, and at length took a turn or two about the floor, after which he sat down and began to drum his fingers on the little table which had been placed for breakfast. "After I get my breakfast," he said at length, "I'll thank you to let me know what I have to pay. It's not my intention to stop under this roof any longer. I don't think I'd be overly safe." "Safe, arrah! Why so?" asked the woman. "Why," he replied, "ever since I came here, you have done nothing but collogue, and whisper, and lay your heads together, and divil a syllable can I hear that hasn't murder at the front and rear of it. Either speak out or get me my bill. If you're of that stamp, it's time for me to travel. Not that I'm so rich as to make it worth anybody's while to take the mouthful of wind out of me that's in me." "What do you mean by this discourse?" "May God rest the souls of the dead," replied the woman. "But it's not for nothing that we talk as we do, and if you knew but all, you wouldn't think so." "Very likely," he replied, in a dry but dissatisfied voice. "Maybe, sure enough, that the more I'd know of it, the less I'd like of it. Here now is a man named Sullivan, Barney Bill or Bartley, or some such name, that has been murdered, and it seems the murderer was sent to gaol yesterday evening. The villain! Get me my bill, I say. It's an unsafe neighborhood, and I'll take myself out of it while I'm able." "It's not without reason we talk of murder, then," replied the woman. "Faith, maybe so, but get my bill, then, I bid you, and in the meantime let me have my breakfast. As it is, I tell you both that I carry no money to signify about me." "Tell him the truth, aunt," said Hanlon. "There's no use in lyin' under his suspicion wrongfully, or allowin' him to leave your little place for no reason." "The truth is, then," she proceeded, throwing the corner of her apron over her left shoulder, and rocking herself to and fro, "that this young man had a dhrame some time ago. He dreamt that a near and dear friend of his, and mine too, that was murdered in this neighborhood, appeared to him, and that he desired him to go out of a certain night, at the hour of midnight, to a stone near this, called the Grey Stone, and there he would get a clue to the murderer." "Well, and did he?" "He went, and but you had better tell it yourself, Avalish," she added, addressing Hanlon. "You know best." The pedlar instantly fixed his anxious and lively eyes on the young man, intimating that he looked to him for the rest of the story. "I went," proceeded Hanlon, "and you shall hear everything that happened. It is unnecessary for us, however, to go over the same ground a second time." Hanlon minutely detailed all that had taken place at the Grey Stone, precisely as it occurred. if we allow for a slight exaggeration occasioned by his terrors, and the impressions of supernatural manifestations which they left upon his imagination. The pedlar heard all the circumstances with an astonishment which changed his whole bearing into that of deep awe and the most breathless attention. The previous eccentricity of his manner by degrees abandoned him, and as Hanlon proceeded, he frequently looked at him in a state of abstraction, then raised his eyes towards heaven, uttering from time to time, "Merciful Father, heaven preserve us," and such like, thus accompanying him by a running comment of exclamations as he went along. "Well," said he, when Hanlon had concluded, "surely the hand of God is in this business. You may take that for granted." "I would fain hope as much," replied Hanlon, "but as the matters stand now, we're nearly as far from it as ever. Instead of getting any knowledge of the murderer we want to discover, it proves to be that the murder of Sullivan has been found out." "Oh, Sullivan!" he exclaimed. "Well, to be sure. Well, sure that same is something. But in the meantime, will you let me look at this box you spoke of? I feel a curiosity to see it." Hanlon rose, and taking the box from a small deal chest, which was strongly locked, placed it in the pedlar's hands. After examining it closely for about half a minute, they could observe that he got very pale, and his hands began to tremble as he held and turned it about in a manner that was very remarkable. "Do you say," he asked, in an agitated voice, "that you have no means of tracin' the murder?" "None more than what we've told you." "Did this box belong to the murdered man? I mean, do you think he had it about him at the time of his death?" "Ay, and for some time before it," replied the woman. "It's all belongin' to him that we can find now." "And you got it in the keepin' of this M'Gowan, the Black Prophet, you say?" "We did," replied the woman, "from his daughter, at all events." "Who is this Black Prophet?" he asked, "or what is he? For that comes nearer the mark. Where did he come from? Where does he live, and what way does he earn his bread?" "The boy here," she replied, pointing to Hanlon, "can tell you that better than I can, for although I've been at his place 3 or 4 times, I never laid eyes on him yet." "Well," continued the pedlar, "you have both a right to be thankful that you told me this. I now see the hand of God in the whole business. I know this box, and I can tell you something that will surprise you more than that. Listen. But wait, I hear somebody's foot. No matter, I'll surprise you both by and by." "God save all here," said the voice of our friend Jemmy Branigan, who immediately entered. "In troth, this change is for the better at any rate," said he, looking at the house. "I gave you a lift with the master yesterday," he added, turning to the woman. "I think I'll get him to throw the 10 shillings off he as good as promised me he would." "Master!" exclaimed the pedlar, bitterly. "Oh, Thin, it's he that's the devil's master, by all accounts, and the devil's landlord too. Be me sowl, he'll get a warm corner down here." And as he uttered the words, he very significantly stamped with his heel to intimate the geographical position of the place alluded to. "It would be only manners to wait till your opinion is axed of him," replied Jemmy, "so mind your pack, you poor sprissaun, or when you do speak, endeavour to know something of what you're discoorsin' about." "Master, indeed, devil take your impudence." "He's a scourge to the country," continued the pedlar. "A worse landlord never faced the sun." "That's what we call in this part of the country a lie," replied Jemmy. "Do you understand what that means?" "No one knows what an outrageous old blackguard he is better than yourself," proceeded the pedlar, "and how he harasses the poor." "That's ditto repeated," responded Jemmy. you're improvin', but tell me now, do you know any one that he harassed?" This was indeed a hazardous question on the part of Jemmy, who, by the way, put it solely upon the presumption of the pedlar's ignorance of Dick's proceedings as a landlord, in consequence of his, the pedlar's, being a stranger. "Who did you ever know that he harassed, if you please?" "Look at the Daltons," replied the other. "What do you call his conduct to them?" Jemmy, who, whenever he felt himself deficient in truth, always made up for the want of it by warmth of temper, now turned shortly upon his antagonist, and replied in a spirit very wide of the argument: "What do I call his conduct to them? What do you call the nose on your face, you codger? Divil a such an impudent creature ever I met. It would be no wonder that the curse of God would come on him for his treatment to that unfortunate and respectable family," responded the pedlar. "The curse of God knows where to fall best," replied Jemmy, "or it's not in the county jail old Condy Dalton 'ud be for murdher this day." "But," returned the other, "isn't it a disgraceful thing to be, as they say he and yourself is, a pair of scourges in the hand o' God for your fellow creatures, and in truth you're both fit for it by all accounts." "Troth," replied Jemmy, whose gall was fast rising, "it's a scourge with 9 tails to it ought to go to your back. The Daltons deserved all they got at his hands, and the same pack was never anything else than a hot brained crew that'd knock you on the head to day and groan over you to morrow. He served them right, and he's a liar that says to the contrary, so if you have a pocket for that, put it in it." Jemmy, in fact, was now getting rapidly into a towering passion, for it mattered little how high in violence his own pitched battles with Dick ran, he never suffered nor could suffer a human being to abuse his master behind his back but himself. So confirmed, however, by habit was his spirit of contradiction, that had the pedlar began to praise Dick, Jemmy would immediately have attacked him without remorse, and scarcely have left a rag of his character together. Section 11. of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11. "It's a shame for you," proceeded the pedlar, "to defend an old sinner like him. But then, as there's a pair of you, that's not unnatural. Every rogue will back his brother. I could name the place, anyway, that'll hold you both yet." "And I could," replied Jemmy, "name the piece of machinery that'll be apt to hold you, if you give the master any more abuse. Whether you'll grow in it or not is more than I know. But, be my sowl, we'll plant you there anyhow. Do you know what the stocks means? Faith, many a spare hour you've served there, I go bail, that is, when you had nothing else to do, and by the way of recreation just." "Ay," said the pedlar, "listen how he sticks to the old villain. But sure, if you put any other 2 blisters together, they'll do the same." "My own opinion is," observed Hanlon's aunt, "that it's a pity of the Daltons at any rate. Every one feels for them, but still the hand of God and his curse, I'm afeard, is upon them." "And that's more, maybe, than you'll know," replied Jemmy. "Maybe God's only punishing them because he loves them. It's good to have our suffering in this world." "After all," said the pedlar, "I'm afeard myself too that the wrath of the Almighty has marked them out. Indeed, I'm sure of it." "And maybe that's not the only lie you're sure of," replied Jemmy. "It's a subject, anyway, you don't understand." "No," he proceeded, By all accounts, Charley, it would wring any one's heart to see him taken away in his old age from his miserable family and children. And then he's so humble too, and so resigned to the will and way of God. He's lyin' ill in the gaol. I seen him yesterday. I went to see him and to say whatever I could to comfort him. God pity his grey hairs, and have compassion on him and his this day. The poor fellow's heart could stand the sudden contemplation of Dalton's sorrow no longer, and on uttering the last words he fairly wept. "If I had known what it was about," he proceeded, "but that old scoundrel of a prophet, ay, and that other old scoundrel of a master of mine, I wished but what am I sayin'? But if I had known it, it 'ud go hard but I'd give him a lift, so that he might get out of the way at any rate." "Ay," said the pedlar, "at any rate, indeed, faith, you may well say it, but I say that at any rate he'll be hanged as sure as he murdered Sullivan, and as sure as he did, that he may swing, I pray this day." "I'll hold no more discourse with that circulatin' vagabond," replied Jemmy. "I'm a Christian man, a peaceable man, and I know what my religion orders me to do when I meet the likes of him, and that is when he holds the one cheek towards me, to give him a sound Christian rap upon the other. So to the divil I pitch you, you villain, soul and body, and that's the worst I wish you. If you choose to be unchristian, be so, but be my soul, I'll not set you the example. Charley," he proceeded, addressing Hanlon, "I was sent for you in a hurry. Master Dick wants you, and so does Red Rody, the villain, and I tell you to take care of him, for like that vagabond Judas, he'd kiss you this minute and betray you the next." "I believe you're pretty near the truth," replied Jemmy, "but I was near forgettin'. It seems the crowner of the country is sick, and there can't be an inquest held till he recovers, if he ever does recover, and if it 'ud serve poor old Dalton, that he never may, I pray God this day. Come away, you'll be killed for stayin'." Just then young Henderson himself called Hanlon forth, who, after some conversation with him, turned towards the garden, where he held a second conference with Red Rody, who, on leaving him, appeared in excellent spirits, and kept winking and nodding with a kind of burlesque good humour at every one whom he knew, until he reached home. In this state stood the incidents of our narrative, suspended for some time by the illness of the coroner, when Mr. Travers, himself a magistrate, came to the head inn of the county town in which he always put up, and where he held his office. He had for several days previously gone over the greater portion of the estate, and inspected the actual condition of the tenantry on it. It is unnecessary to say that he was grieved at the painful consequences of the middleman system, and of subletting in general. Wherever he went, he found the soil in many places covered with hordes of pauper occupants, one holding under another in a series that diminished from bad to worse in everything but numbers, until he arrived at a state of destitution that was absolutely disgraceful to humanity. And what rendered this state of things doubly painful and anomalous was the fact that while these starving wretches lived upon his employer's property, they had no claim on him as landlord, nor could he recognise them as tenants. It is true that these miserable creatures, located upon small patches of land, were obliged to pay their rents to the little tyrant who was over them, and he again, probably, to a still more important little tyrant, and so on. But whenever it happened that the direct tenant, or any one of the series, neglected to pay his or their rent, of course the landlord had no other remedy than to levy it from off the soil, thus rendering it by no means an infrequent case that the small occupiers, who owed nothing to him, or those above them, were forced to see their property applied to the payment of the head rent, in consequence of the inability, neglect, or dishonesty of the middleman, or some other subordinate individual from whom they held. This was a state of things which Mr. Travers wished to abolish, but to do so, without inflicting injury, however unintentional, or occasioning harshness to the people, was a matter not merely difficult but impossible. As we are not, however, writing a treatise upon the management of property, we shall confine ourselves simply to the circumstances only of such of the tenants as have enacted a part in our narrative. About a week had now elapsed since the abusive contest between Jemmy Branigan and the pedlar. The coroner was beginning to recover, and Charley Hanlon's aunt had disappeared altogether from the neighborhood. Previous to her departure, however, she, her nephew, and the pedlar had several close and apparently interesting conferences, into which their parish priest, the Reverend Anthony Devlin, was ultimately admitted. It was clear, indeed, that whatever secret the pedlar communicated had inspired both Hanlon and his aunt with fresh energy in their attempts to discover the murderer of their relative, and there could be little doubt that the woman's disappearance from the scene of its perpetration was in some way connected with the steps they were taking to bring everything connected with it to light. Travers, already acquainted with the committal of old Dalton, as he was with all the circumstances of his decline and eviction from his farm, was sitting in his office about 12 o'clock, when our friend, the pedlar, bearing a folded paper in his hand, presented himself, with a request that he might be favoured with a private interview. This, without any difficulty, was granted, and the following dialogue took place between them. "Well, my good friend," said the agent, "what is the nature of this private business of yours?" "Why, please your honor, it's a petition in favour of old Condy Dalton." "A petition! Of what use is a petition to Dalton? Is he not now in gaol on a charge of murder? You would not have me attempt to obstruct the course of justice, would you? The man will get a fair trial, I hope." "I hope so, your honor, but this petition is not about the crime the unfortunate man is in for. It's a humble prayer to your honor, hoping you might restore him, or I ought rather to say, his poor family, to the farm that they were so cruelly put out of. Will your honor read it, sir, and look into it, because, at any rate, it sets forth too common a case." "I am partly acquainted with the circumstances already. However, let me see the paper." The pedlar placed it in Mr. Travers's hands, who, on looking over it, read, somewhat to his astonishment, as follows: "The humble petition of Cornelius Dalton, to his honor Mr. John Robert Travers, Esquire, on behalf of himself, his wife, and his afflicted family, now lying in a state of almost superhuman destitution, by Eugenius Macgrain, Philomath and classical instructor in the learned languages of Latin, English, and the Hibernian vernacular, with an inceptive initiation into the rudiments of Greek as far as the Gospel of St. John the Divine, attended with copious disquisitions on the relative merits of moral and physical philosophy, as contrasted with the pusillanimous lectures of that ignoramus of the first water, Phadrick McSwagger, falsely calling himself Philomath, cum multis aliis quos enumerare longum est, humbly showeth that Cornelius Dalton, late of Carra, gentleman agriculturalist, held a farm of 66 Irish acres under the Right Honourable, the reverse could be proved with sound and legitimate logic, Lord Marlborough, an absentee nobleman, and proprietor of the Tullystrecham estate, that the said Cornelius Dalton entered upon the farm of Cargah with a handsome capital and abundant stock, as became a man bent on improving it for both the intrinsic and external edification and comfort of himself and family; that the rent was originally very high, and, upon complaint of this, several well indited remonstrances, urged with most persuasive and enthusiastic eloquence, as the inditer hereof can testify, were most insignificantly and superciliously disregarded; that the said Mr. Cornelius Dalton persisted, notwithstanding this great act of contemptuosity and discouragement to his creditable and industrious endeavors, to expend upon the aforesaid farm, in solid and valuable improvements, a sum of £700 and upwards, in building, draining, enclosing, and manuring, all of which improvements transcendently elevated the value of the farm in question, as the whole rational population of the country could depose to, me ipso teste quoque; that when this now highly emendated tenement was brought to the best condition of excellence of which it was susceptible, the middleman landlord, va miseris agricolas, called upon him for an elevation of rent, which was reluctantly complied with, under the tyrannical alternative of threatened ejection, incarceration of cattle, etc., etc., and many other proceedings equally inhuman and iniquitous; that this rack rent, being now more than the land could pay, began to paralyze the efforts and deteriorate the condition of the said Mr. Cornelius Dalton, and which, being concatenated with successive failures in his crops and mortality among his cattle, occasioned him, as it were, to retrograde from his former state, and in the course of a few calamitous years to decline, by melancholy gradation and oppressive treatment, from Richard Henderson, Esquire, J.P., his landlord, to a state of painful struggle and poverty; that the said Richard Henderson, Esquire, his unworthy landlord, having been offered a still higher rent from a miserable disciple named Darby Skinadre, among others, unfeelingly availed himself of Dalton's res Augusta, and under play of his privileges as a landlord, levied an execution upon his property, auctioned him out, and expelled him from the farm, thus turning a respectable man and his family, hopeless and houseless, beggars upon the world, to endure misery and destitution; that the said Mr. Cornelius Dalton, now plain Corney Dalton, for vile poverty humilifies even the name, or rather his respectable family, among whom facile princeps, for piety and unshaken trust in her Redeemer, stands his truly unparalleled wife, are lying in a damp wet cabin within 200 perches of his former residence, groaning with the agonies of hunger, destitution, dereliction, and disease, in such a state of complicated and multiform misery as rarely falls to the lot of human eyes to witness; that the burden and onus of this petition is, to humbly supplicate that Mr. Cornelius Dalton, or rather his afflicted and respectable family, may be reinstated in their farm as aforesaid, or if not, that Richard Henderson, J.P., may be compelled to swallow such a titillating emetic from the head landlord as shall compel him to eructate to this oppressed and plundered man all the money he expended in making improvements which remain to augment the value of the farm, but which, at the same time, were the means of ruining himself and his most respectable family; for, as the bard says, "Scio vos non vobis," etc., etc., Of the remainder of this appropriate quotation your honor cannot be incognizant, or any man who has had the advantage of being college bred, as every true gentleman or homo factus ad unguem must have, otherwise he fails to come under this category, and your petitioner will ever pray. "Are you the Mr. Eugenius McCrane," asked the agent, "who drew up this extraordinary document?" "No, your honor, I'm only merely a friend of the Daltons, although a stranger in the neighborhood." "But what means have Dalton or his family, granting that he escapes from this charge of murder that's against him, of stocking or working so large a farm? I am aware myself that the contents of this petition, with all its pedantry, are too true. But consider, sir, that he sunk £700 in it, and that, according to everything like fair play, he ought either to get his farm again at a reasonable rate, or his money that raised its value for the landlord back again. Sure that's but fair, your honor." "I'm not here to discuss the morality of the subject, my good friend, neither do I question the truth of your argument, simply as you put it. I only say that what you ask is impracticable. You probably know not Dick o' the Grange, for you say you are a stranger. If you did, you would not put yourself to the trouble of getting even a petition for such a purpose written. It's a hard case, your honor." "It is a hard case, but the truth is, I see nothing that can be done for the Daltons. To talk of putting a family in such a state as they are now in, back again upon such a farm, is stark nonsense. Without stock or capital of any kind, the thing is ridiculous." "But suppose they had stock and capital?" "Why, then they certainly would have the best right to the farm. But where's the use of talking about stock or capital, so far as they are concerned? I wish your honor would interfere for an oppressed and ill-treated family against as great a rogue, by all accounts, as ever broke bread. I wish you would make me first sure that they'd get their farm." "To what purpose, I say?" "Why, sir, for the reason I have. If your honor will make me sure that they'll get their land again, that's all I want." "What is your reason? Have you capital, and are you willing to assist them?" The pedlar shook his head. "Is it the likes of me, your honor?" "No, but maybe it might be made up for them some way." "I believe," said the agent, "that your intentions are good, only that they are altogether impracticable. However, a thought strikes me. Go to Dick o' the Grange, and lay your case before him. Ask a new lease for your friends the Daltons. Of course he won't give it, but at all events come back to me and let me know, as nearly in his own words as you can, what answer he will give you. Go now, that is all that I can do for you in the matter. Barrin' this, your honor, that set in case the poor heartbroken Daltons were to get capital some way." "Perhaps," said Travers, interrupting him, "you can assist them." "Oh, if I could! No, but that set in case, as I said, that it was to be forthcomin', you perceive." "Me! Oh, the Lord that I was able." "Very well," replied the other, anxious to rid himself of the pedlar, "that will do now. You are, I perceive, one of those good-natured, speculating creatures who are anxious to give hope and comfort to every one. The world has many like you, and it often happens that when some good fortune does throw the means of doing good into your power, you turn out to be a poor, pitiful, miserable crew, without actual heart or feeling. Good bye now. I have no more time to spare. Try Dick o' the Grange himself, and let me know his answer." So saying, he rang the bell, and our friend the pedlar, by no means satisfied with the success of his interview, took his leave. CHAPTER XXIII. Darby in danger. Nature triumphs. The mild and gentle Mave Sullivan, with all her natural grace and unobtrusive modesty, was yet, like many of the fair daughters of her country, possessed of qualities which frequently lie dormant in the heart until some trying calamity or startling event of more than ordinary importance, awakens them into life and action. Indeed, anyone in the habit of observing the world may have occasionally noticed that even within the range of his own acquaintances there has been many a quiet and apparently diffident girl, without pretence or affectation of any kind, who, when some unexpected and stunning blow has fallen either upon herself or upon some one within the circle of her affections, has manifested a spirit so resolute, or a devotion so heroic, that she has at once constituted herself the lofty example whom all admire and endeavor to follow. The unrecorded calamities of ordinary life, and the annals of human affection, as they occur from day to day around us, are full of such noble instances of courage and self-sacrifice on the part of woman for the sake of those who are dear to her. Dear, holy, and heroic woman, how frequently do we who too often sneer at your harmless vanities and foibles, forget the light by which your love so often dispels the darkness of our affliction, and the tenderness with which your delicious sympathy charms our sorrows and our sufferings to rest, when nothing else can succeed in giving us one moment's consolation. The situation of the Daltons, together with the awful blow which fell upon them at a period of such unexampled misery, had now become the melancholy topic of conversation among their neighbors, most, if not all of whom were, however, so painfully absorbed in their own individual afflictions, either of death or famine or illness, as to be able to render them no assistance. Such as had typhus in their own families were incapable of attending to the wants or distress of others, and such as had not, acting under the general terror of contagion which prevailed, avoided the sick houses as they would a plague. On the morning after old Dalton's removal to prison, Jerry Sullivan and his family were all assembled around a dull fire, the day being as usual so wet that it was impossible to go out unless upon some matter of unusual importance. There was little said, for although they had hitherto escaped the fever, still their sufferings and struggles were such as banished cheerfulness from among them. Mave appeared more pale and dejected than they had ever yet seen her, and it was noticed by one or two of the family that she had been occasionally weeping in some remote corner of the house, where she thought she might do so without being observed. "Mave, dear," said her father, "what is the matter with you? You look, darlin', to be in very low spirits to day. Were you cryin'?" She raised her large innocent eyes upon him, and they instantly filled with tears. "I can't keep it back from you, father," she replied, "let me do as I will, and oh, father dear, when we look out upon the world that is in it, and when we see how the hand of God is taking away so many from among us, and when we see how the people everywhere is sufferin' and strugglin' with so much, how one is here this day, and in a week to come, in the presence of their judge. Oh, surely, when we see all the doin's of death and distress among us, we ought to think that it's no time to harbor hatred or any other bad or unchristian feelin's in our hearts." "It is not indeed, darlin', and I hope nobody here does." "No," she replied, and as she spoke, the vibrations of sorrow and of sympathy shook her naturally sweet voice into that tender expression which touches the heart of the hearer with such singular power. "No, father," she proceeded, "I hope not. Religion teaches us a different lesson, not only to forgive our enemies, but to return good for evil." "It does, ochor machree," replied her father, whose eyes expressed a kind of melancholy pride as he contemplated his beautiful but sorrowful looking girl, giving utterance to truths which added an impressive and elevated character to her beauty. Young and old, acushla machree is fallin' about us in every direction. But may the Father of mercy spare you to us, my darlin' child, for if anything was to happen you, where, oh, where could we look upon your equal, or find anything that could console us for your loss? If it's my fate to go, father, I'll go, and if it isn't, God will take care of me. Whatever comes, I'm resigned to his will." "Ay, dear, and you ever were too, and for the same reason God's blessin' will be upon you. But what makes you look so low, avourneen? I trust in my Saviour you're not unwell, Mave, dear." "Thanks be to God, no, father, but there's a thing on my mind that's distressin' me very much, and I hope you'll allow me my way in it." "I may say so, dear, because I know you wouldn't ax me for anything that it'd be wrong to grant you. What is it, Mave?" "It's the unhappy and miserable state that these poor Daltons is in," she replied. "Father, dear, forgive me for what I'm about to say, for although it may make you angry, there's nothing farther from my heart than to give you offence." "You needn't tell me so, Mave, you need not, indeed. But sure you know, darlin', that unfortunately we have nothing in our power to do for them. I wish to the Lord we had. Didn't we do all that people in our poor condition could do for them? Didn't you yourself, achora, make us send them such little assistance as we could spare, ay, even to sharin', I may say, our last morsel with them? And now, darlin', you know we haven't it." "I know that," she replied, as she wiped away her tears. "Where is there a poorer family than we are, sure enough? But, father, dear, we can assist them, relieve them, ay, maybe save them, for all that." "God be praised, then," exclaimed Sullivan; "only show me how, and we'll be glad to do it, for I can forget everything now, Mave, but their distress." "But do you know the condition they're in at this moment?" she asked. "Do you know, father, that they're stretched on the bed of sickness? I mean Nancy and young Con, who has got into a relapse. Poor Mary is scarcely able to go about, she's so badly recovered from the fever. And Tom, the wild, unfortunate young man, is out of his senses, they say. Then there's nobody to look to them but Mrs. Dalton herself, and she, you know, has to go out to ask their poor bit from the neighbours. Only think," she proceeded with a fresh burst of sorrow, "oh, only think, father, of such a woman bein' forced to this." "May the Lord pity her and them this woful day," exclaimed Sullivan. "Now, father," proceeded Mave, "I know, oh, who knows better or so well, what a good and kind and a forgivin' heart you have, and I know that even in spite of the feelin' that was, and maybe is, upon your mind against them, you'll grant me my wish in what I'm goin' to ask." "What is it, then? Let me hear it." "It's this. You know that here, in our family, I can do nothing to help ourselves. That is, there is nothing for me to do, and I feel the time hang heavy on my hands. I have been thinkin', father dear, of this miserable state the poor Daltons is in, without any one to attend them in their sickness, to say a kind word to them, or to hand them even a drink of clean water if they wanted it. Them that hasn't got the fever yet won't go near them for fear of catchin' it. What then will become of them? There they are, without the face or hand or voice of kindness about them. Oh, what on God's blessed earth will become of them? They may die, and they must die, for want of care and assistance. But sure, that's not our fault, dear Mave. We can't help them." "We can, father, and we must; for if we don't, they'll die. Father," she added, laying her wasted hand in his, "it is my intention to go over to them, and as I have nothing that I can do at home, to spend the greater part of the day with them in taking care of them, and in doin' what I can for them. Yes, father dear, it is my intention, for there is none but me to do it for them." "Saviour of earth, Mave dear, is it mad you are? you, achora machree, that's dearer to us all than the apple of our eye or the very pulse of our hearts. To let you into a plague house, to let you near the deadly fever that's upon them, where you'd be sure to catch it, and then, oh, blessed Father! Mave, what's come over you to think of such a thing? Ay, or to think that we'd let you expose yourself? But it's all the goodness and kindness of your affectionate heart. Put it out of your head, however. Don't name it, or let us hear of it again. But, Father, it's a duty that our religion teaches us. Why, what's come over you, Mave? All at wanst, too. You that was so much afeard of it that you wouldn't go on a windy side of a feverish house, or walk near any one that was even recoverin' from it. Why, what's come over you? Simply, Father, the thought, if I don't go to them and help them, they will die. I was afeard of the fever, and I am afeard of it. But am I to let my own foolish fears prevent me from doin' the part of a Christian to them? Let us put ourselves in their place, and who knows, although may God forbid, but it may be our own before the season passes. Suppose it was our own case, and that all the world was afeard to come near us. Oh, what would we think of any one, man or woman, that trustin' in God would set their own fears at defiance and come to our relief? Mave, I couldn't think of it. If anything happened to you, and that we lost you, I never would lay my head down without the bitter thought that I had a hand in your death. At this moment, the mother, who had been in another room, came into the kitchen, and having listened for a minute to the subject of their conversation, she immediately joined her husband, but still with feelings of deep and almost tearful sympathy for the Daltons. "It's like her, poor affectionate girl," she exclaimed, looking tenderly at her daughter, "but it's a thing, Mave, we could never think of, so put it out of your head." She approached her mother, and seizing her hands, exclaimed, "Oh, mother, for the sake of the living God, make it your own case. Think of it. Bring it home to you. Look into the frightful state they're in. Are they to die in a Christian country for want of some kind of person to attend upon them? Is it not our duty, when we know how they are sufferin'? I cannot rest or be at ease, and I am not afeard of fever here. You may say I love young Condy Dalton, and that it is on his account I'm wishin' to go. Maybe it is, and I will now tell you at wanst that I do love him, and that if it was the worst plague that ever silenced the noise of life in a whole country, it wouldn't prevent me from goin' to his relief, nor to the relief of any one belongin' to him." "I know," said her father, that was at the bottom of it. "I do love him," she continued, "and this is more than ever I had courage to tell you openly before. But, Father, I feel that I am called upon here to go to their assistance, and to see that they don't die from neglect in a Christian country. I have trust and confidence in Almighty God. I am not afeard of fever now, and even if I take it and die, you both know that I'll die in actin' the part of a Christian girl. And what brighter hope could anything bring to us than the happiness that such a death would open to me? But here I feel that the strength and protection of God is upon me, and I will not die." "That's all very well, Mave," said her mother, "but if you took it and did die, oh, darlin', in God's name, then, I'll take my chance and do the duty that I feel myself called upon to do. And, father dear, just think for a minute. The true Christian doesn't merely forgive the injury, but returns good for evil. And then, above all things, let us make it our own case. As I said before, if we were as they are, lyin' racked with pain, burnin' with drouth, the head splittin', the whole strength gone, not able maybe to speak, and hardly able to make a sign, to make ourselves, to put a drink to our lips, suppose, I say, we were lyin' in this state, and that all the world had deserted us, oh, wouldn't we say that any fellow creature that had the kindness and courage to come and aid us, wet our lips, raise our heads, and cheer our sinking hearts by the sound of their voice alone. Oh, wouldn't we say that it was God that in his mercy put it into their heart to come to us, and relieve us and save us?" The mother's feelings gave way at this picture, and she said, addressing her husband, "Jerry, maybe it's right that she should go, because, after all, what if it's God himself that has put it into her heart?" He shook his head, but it was clear that his opposition began to waver. "Think of the danger," he replied. "Think of that. Still, if I thought it was God's own will that was setting her to it—" "Father," she replied, "let us do what is right, and leave the rest to God himself. Surely you aren't afeard to trust in him? I may take the fever here at home, without goin' at all, and die; for if it's his blessed will that I should die of it, nothing can save me, let me go or stay where I please. And if it's not, it matters little where I go. His divine grace and goodness will take care of me and protect me. It's to God himself, then, you are trustin' me, and that ought to satisfy you." Her parents looked at each other, then at her, and with tears in their eyes, as if they had been parting with her as for a sacrifice, they gave a consent, in which that humble confidence in the will of God which constitutes the highest order of piety was blended with a natural yearning and terror of the heart, lest they were allowing her to place herself rashly within the fatal reach of the contagion which prevailed. Having obtained their permission, she lost very little time in preparing for the task she had proposed to execute. A very small portion of meal and a little milk, together with 1 or 2 jugs of gruel, whey, etc., she put under her cloak, and after getting the blessings of her parents, and kissing them and the rest of the family, she departed upon her pious, her sublime mission, followed by the tears and earnest prayers of her whole family. How anomalous and full of mysterious and inexplicable impulses is the human heart! Mave Sullivan, who in volunteering to attend at the contagious beds of the unfortunate Daltons, gave singular and noble proof of the most heroic devotedness, absolutely turned from the common road on her way to their cabin, rather than meet the funeral of a person who had died of fever, and on 1 or 2 occasions kept aloof from men who she knew to be invalids by the fact of their having handkerchiefs about their heads, a proof in general that they had been shaved or blistered while laboring under its severest form. When she had gone within about a quarter of a mile of her destination, she met 2 individuals whose relative positions indicated anything but a state of friendly feeling between them. The persons we allude to were Thomas Dalton and the miserable object of his vengeance, Darby Skinadre. Our readers are aware that Sarah caused Darby to accompany her for safety to the cabin of the Daltons, as she feared that, should young Dalton again meet him at the head of his mob, and he in such a furious and unsettled state, the hapless miser might fall a victim to his vengeance. No sooner, therefore, had the mealmonger heard Tom's name mentioned by his father, when about to proceed to prison, than he left a dark corner of the cabin into which he had slunk, and passing out, easily disappeared, without being noticed, in the state of excitement which prevailed. The very name of Tom reminded him that he was in his father's house, and that should he return and find him there, he might expect little mercy at his hands. Tom, however, amidst the melancholy fatuity under which he labored, never forgot that he had an account to settle with Skinadre. It ran through his unsettled understanding like a sound thread through a damaged web. For ever and anon his thought and recollection would turn to Peggy Murtagh, and the miser's refusal to give her credit for the food she asked of him. During the early part of that day he had gone about with a halter in his hand, as if seeking some particular individual, and whenever he chanced to be questioned as to his object, he always replied with a wild and ferocious chuckle, "The fellow that killed her! The fellow that killed her!" Upon the present occasion, Mave was surprised by meeting him and the miser, whom he must have met accidentally, walking side by side, but in a position which gave fearful intimation of Dalton's purpose respecting him. Around the unfortunate wretch's neck was the halter aforesaid, made into a running noose, while, striding beside him, went his wild and formidable companion, holding the end of it in his hand, and eyeing him from time to time with a look of stupid but determined ferocity. Skinadre's appearance and position were ludicrously and painfully helpless. His face was so pale and thin that it was difficult to see, even in those frightful times of sickness and famine, a countenance from which they were more significantly reflected. He was absolutely shrunk up with terror into half his size, his little thin corded neck appearing as if it was striving unsuccessfully to work its way down into his trunk, and his small ferret eyes looking about in every direction for some one to extricate him out of the deadly thrall in which he was held. Mave, who had been aware of the enmity which his companion bore him, as well as of its cause, and fearing that the halter was intended to hang the luckless mealman, probably upon the next tree they came to, did not, as many another female would do, avoid or run away from the madman. On the contrary, she approached him with an expression singularly winning and sweet on her countenance, and in a voice of great kindness, laid her hand upon his arm to arrest his attention, asked him how he did. He paused a moment, and looking upon her with a dull but turbid eye, exclaimed with an insane laugh, pointing at the same time to the miser, "This is the fellow that killed her! Ha, ha, ha! But I have him now. Here he is in the noose, in the noose. Ay, and I swore it, and there's another too that's to get it, but I won't rob anybody, nor join in that at all. I'll hang him here, though. Ha, Darby, I have you now." As he spoke, poor Skinadre received a chuck of the halter, which almost brought his tongue out as far as in the throttling process which we have before described. "Mave, achora," said he, looking at her after his recovery from the powerful jerk he had just got, "for the sake of heaven, try and save my life. If you don't, he'll never let me out of his hands a livin' man." "Don't be alarmed, Darby," she replied, "poor Tom won't injure you. So far from that, he'll take the halter from about your neck and let you go. Won't you let poor Darby go, Tom?" "I will," he replied, "after I hang him. Ha, ha, ha! 'Twas he that killed her. He let her die wid hunger, but now he'll swing for it. Ha, ha!" These words were accompanied by another chuck, which pulled miserable Skinadre almost off his legs. "Tom, for shame," said Mave. "Why would you do such an unmanly thing with this poor old creature? Be a man and let him go." "Ay, when he's hangin' wid his tongue out. Ha, ha, ha! Wait till we get to the Rabbit Bank, where there's a tree to be had. I've sworn it, ay, on her very grave too. So good bye, Mave. Come along, Darby." "Mave, as you expect to have the gates of heaven opened to your soul, and don't leave me," exclaimed the miser with clasped hands. Mave looked up and down the road, but could perceive no one approach who might render the unfortunate man assistance. "Tom," said she, "I must insist on your setting the poor man at liberty. I insist upon it. You cannot and you must not take his life in a Christian country. If you do, you know you will be hanged yourself. Let him go immediately, "Oh, ay," he replied, "you insist, Mave, but I'll tell you what, I'll put Peggy in a coach yet, when I come into my fortune, and so you'll insist, will you? Just look at that wrist of yours," he replied, seizing hers, but with gentleness, "and then look at this of mine; and now will you tell me that you'll insist? Come, Darby, we're bound for the bank. There's not a beech there but's 100 feet high, and that's higher than ever I'll make you swing from. Your heart bled for her, didn't it? But how will you look when I have you facin' the sun wid your tongue out?" "Tom," replied the wretch, "I go on my knees to you, and as you hope, Tom, hope, you hard-hearted hound. Isn't her father's curse upon me? Ay, and in me? Wasn't she destroyed among us, and you bid me hope? By the broken heart she died of, you'll get a double tug for that." And he was about to drag him on in a state of great violence, when Mave again placed her hand upon his arm, and said, "I'm sure, Tom, you are not ungrateful. I am sure you would not forget a kind act done to poor Peggy that's gone." "Peggy!" he replied, "what about her? Gone! Peggy's gone! Is she gone?" "She is gone," replied Mave, "but not lost, and it is most likely that she is now looking down with displeasure at your conduct and intentions towards this poor man. But listen, are you going to speak about Peggy, though?" "I am, and listen. Do you remember one evenin' in the early part of this summer, it was of a Sunday, there was a crowd about old Brian Murtagh's house, and the report of Peggy's shame had gone abroad, and couldn't be kept from people's eyes any longer. She was turned out of her father's house. She was beaten by her brother, who swore that he would take the life of the first person, whether man or woman, young or old, that would give her 1 hour's shelter. She was turned out, poor, young, misled, and mistaken creature, and no one would receive her, for no one durst. There was a young girl then passin' through the village on her way home, much about Peggy's own age, but, barrin' in one respect, neither so good nor so handsome. Poor Peggy ran to that young girl, and she was goin' to throw herself into her arms, but she stopped. 'I am not worthy,' she said, cryin' bitterly, 'I am not worthy; but oh, I have no roof to shelter me, for no one dare take me in. What will become of me?' While she spoke, Dalton's mind appeared to have been stirred into something like a consciousness of his situation, and his memory to have been brought back, as it were, from the wild and turbulent images which had impaired its efficacy, to a personal recollection of circumstances that had ceased to affect him. His features, for instance, became more human, his eye more significant of his feeling, and his whole manner more quiet and restored. He looked upon the narrator with an awakened interest, surveyed Darby as if he scarcely knew how or why he came there, and then sighed deeply. Mave proceeded. "I am an outcast now," said poor Peggy. "I have neither house nor home. I have no father, no mother, no brother, and he that I loved and said that he loved me has deserted me. Oh," said she, "I have nothing to care for, and nobody to care for me now, and what was dearest of all, my good name, is gone. No one will shelter me, although I thought of nothing but my love for Thomas Dalton." She was scorned, Thomas Dalton. She was insulted and abused by women who knew her innocence and her goodness till she met him. Every tongue was against her, every hand was against her, and every door was closed against her. No, not every one. The young woman she spoke to, with tears in her eyes, out of compassion for one so young and unfortunate, brought Peggy Murtagh home, and cried with her, and gave her hope, and consoled her, and pleaded with her father and mother for the poor deluded girl in such a way that they forgot her misfortune and sheltered her, till, after her brother's death, she was taken in again to her own father's house. "Now, Tom, wouldn't you like to oblige that girl who was kind to poor Peggy Murtagh?" "It was Jerry Sullivan's. It was into your father's house she was taken." "It was, Tom, and the young woman who befriended Peggy Murtagh is now standing by your side, and asks you to let Darby Skinadre go. Do then let him go for the sake of that young woman." Mave, on concluding, looked up into his face, and saw that his eyes were moist. He then smiled moodily, and placing his hand upon her head in an approving manner, said: "You were always good, Mave. Here, set Darby free. But my mind's uneasy. I'm not right, I doubt, nor as I ought to be. But I'll tell you what, I'll go back towards home wid you, if you'll tell me more about Peggy." "Do so," she replied, delighted at such a proposal, "and I will tell you many a thing about her. And you, Darby," she added, turning round to that individual, short, however, as the time was, the exulting but still trembling usurer was making his way at full speed towards his own house, so that she was spared the trouble of advising him, as she had intended, to look to his safety as well as he could. Such was the gentle power with which Mave softened and subdued this ferocious and unsettled young man to her wishes; and indeed so forcible in general was her firm but serene enthusiasm, that wherever the necessity for exerting it occurred, it was always crowned with success. Thomas Dalton, as might be expected, swayed by the capricious impulse of his unhappy derangement, did not accompany her to her father's cabin. When within a few hundred yards of it, he changed his intention, and struck across the country like one who seemed uncertain as to the course he should take. Of late, indeed, he rambled about, sometimes directing, otherwise associating himself with such mobs as we have described, sometimes wandering in a solitary manner through the country at large, and but seldom appearing at home. On the present occasion he looked at Mave and said: "I hate sick people, Mave, and I won't go home. But whisper when you see Peggy Murtagh's father, tell him that I'll have her in a coach yet, please God, and he'll take the curse off o' me when he hears it, maybe, and all will be right." He then bid her good bye, turned from the road, and bent his steps in the direction of the Rabbit Bank, on one of the beaches on which he had intended to hang the miser. Chapter 24. Rivalry. If the truth were known, the triumph which Mave Sullivan achieved over the terror of fever which she felt in common with almost every one in the country around her, was the result of such high-minded devotion as would have won her a statue in the times of old Greece, when self-sacrifice for human good was appreciated and rewarded. In her case, indeed, the triumph was one of almost unparalleled heroism, for among all the difficulties which she had to overcome, by far the greatest was her own constitutional dread of contagion. It was only on reaching the miserable pest house in which the Daltons lived, and on witnessing with her own eyes the clammy atmosphere which, in the shape of dark heavy smoke, was oozing in all directions from its roof, that she became conscious of the almost fatal step that she was about to take, and the terrible test of Christian duty and exalted affection to which she was in the act of subjecting herself. On arriving at the door, and when about to enter, even the resolution she had come to, and the lofty principle of trust in God on which it rested, were scarcely able to support her against the host of constitutional terrors rushed upon her breast. The great act of self-sacrifice, as it may almost be termed, which she was about to perform, became so diminished in her imagination, that all sense of its virtue passed away, and instead of gaining strength from a consciousness of the pure and unselfish motive by which she was actuated, she began to contemplate her conduct as the result of a rash and unjustifiable presumption on the providence of God, and a wanton exposure of the life he had given her. She felt herself tremble, her heart palpitated, and for a minute or two her whole soul became filled with a tumultuous and indistinct perception of all she had proposed to do, as well as of everything about her. Gradually, however, this state of feeling cleared away. By and by the purity and Christian principle that were involved in her conduct came to her relief. What, she asked herself, if they should die without assistance? In God's name, and with his strength to aid me, I will run all risks, and fulfil the task I have taken upon me to do. May he support and protect me through it. Thus resolved, and thus fortified, she entered the gloomy scene of sickness and contagion. There were but 4 persons within, that is to say, her lover, his sister Nancy, Mary the invalid, and Sarah M'Gowan. Nancy and her brother were now awake, and poor Mary occupied her father's arm-chair, in which she sat with her head reclined upon the back of it, somewhat indeed after his own fashion, and Sarah opposite young Con's bed, having her eyes fixed with a mournful expression on his pale and almost death-like countenance. Mave's appearance occasioned the whole party to feel much surprise, and Mary rose from her arm-chair, and greeting her affectionately, said: "I cannot welcome you, dear Mave, to such a place as this, and indeed I am sorry you came to see us, for I needn't tell you what I'd feel, what we'd all feel," and here she looked quickly, but with the slightest possible significance, at her brother, "if anything happened you in consequence, which may God forbid. How are you all at home?" "We are all free from sickness, thank God," said Mave, whom the presence of Sarah caused to blush deeply. "But how are you all here? I'm sorry to find that poor Nancy is ill, and that Con has got a relapse." She turned her eyes upon him as she spoke, and on contemplating his languid and sickly countenance, she could only by a great effort repress her tears. "Do not come near us, dear Mave," said Dalton, "and indeed it was wrong to come here at all." "God bless you and guard you, Mave," said Nancy, "and we feel your goodness. But as Con says, it was wrong to put yourself in the way of danger. For God's sake, and as you hope to escape this terrible sickness, leave the house at once. We're sensible of your kindness, but leave us, for every minute you stop may be death to you." Section 11.